hadn't been back to the cabin in over 6 years. Not since my uncle died. The place sat about 4 hours outside the city, deep in the woods, near the end of a narrow gravel road that wasn't on most maps. The trees there were thick, almost suffocating in summer, and when it rained, the smell of wet bark and old pine needles filled your lungs whether you liked it or not. After everything that had happened in my life the past few years, job stress, a breakup, feeling like I was losing direction, I thought maybe the cabin would give me some space. I could clear my head, make some decisions. So one Thursday morning in October, I packed up my old SUV with enough food, water, and gear to last a week. I didn't tell anyone I was going. I just wanted to be alone. I left the city early, just after sunrise, and the roads were still wet from the night before. By the time I reached the last stretch of forest road, the sky had turned a cold gray and a light mist clung to the trees like spiderwebs. The road was worse than I remembered. More ruts, more fallen branches, and patches of standing water that made my tires slip a bit. I had to take it slow, crawling along at barely 20 miles an hour. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, it looked almost exactly like I remembered. A small, one-story wooden structure with a pitched roof, a narrow front porch, and a rusted tin chimney sticking out the back. Moss had started to grow along the base of the walls, and a few of the shutters had warped. But the front door still held strong, and the padlock clicked open with the key I had kept on my keychain all these years. Inside, the air was dry and stale. Dust floated in the light that came through the windows. The wooden floor creaked under my boots as I walked through. There were 2 small rooms, the main room with a wood stove, a small kitchenette, and an old couch. Then a bedroom in the back with a single bed and a dresser. There was no plumbing, no electricity, just a rain barrel out back, a compost toilet in the outhouse, and candles and kerosene lamps for light. I spent the first few hours cleaning. I wiped down the counters, shook out the bedding, swept the floor, and lit a few candles. I checked the rain barrel and found it mostly full. I boiled some water on the small propane stove I'd brought and made a cup of instant coffee. Sitting there on the porch, staring out at the quiet woods, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time: peace. That night, the silence was strange. In the city, there's always a hum, traffic, sirens, neighbors. But here it was pure stillness. I lay in bed listening to the faint crackle of the wood stove and the occasional rustle of leaves outside. I didn't sleep much, but I didn't feel scared. Not yet. The next morning, I decided to hike out to the ridge about 2 miles east of the cabin. There was a trail my uncle had cleared years ago. It had mostly disappeared now, but I could still find traces of it if I looked hard enough. I packed a bag with water, a few granola bars, a flashlight, and my hunting knife. I left a note on the table just in case, an old habit from when I used to hike with friends. The woods were dense and damp. The trail was barely there, covered in fallen leaves and rotting branches. I had to push through thickets and climb over moss-covered logs. The air smelled like wet dirt, and my boots sank into the mud more than once. After about an hour, I reached the ridge. The view wasn't anything special, just more trees stretching out in every direction. But it was quiet. I sat there for a while, chewing on a granola bar and sipping water. Then I headed back. That's when I started feeling uneasy. The way back didn't look the same. I was pretty sure I had followed the trail, but some of the landmarks, a bent tree, a pile of stones, a hollow log, were missing. I circled around a few times, retraced my steps, and eventually got back on track. It cost me an extra hour, and by the time I reached the cabin, the sun was already low. I chalked it up to being out of practice. I hadn't hiked in months. I made dinner, a can of chili heated on the stove, and sat by the fire, trying not to let my mind wander. But something stuck with me, that moment of disorientation in the woods. I'd been coming to this place since I was a kid. I never got turned around out there. The next day was cold and damp. A light drizzle fell off and on. I spent most of the morning chopping wood behind the cabin and stacking it under the overhang. I checked the rain barrel again, added some bleach to keep it clean, and tried to fix one of the window shutters that had started to rot. Felt good to work with my hands, to sweat a little. In the afternoon, I walked down to the stream about a quarter mile from the cabin. The water was higher than usual and fast-moving from all the rain. I crouched there for a while, listening. That's when I heard something, branches cracking. Not just one or two, but several. Quick, sharp snaps, like something large was moving through the woods nearby. I stood up and looked around, but I couldn't see anything. No wind, no animals in sight. I waited, straining my ears. Nothing. Then, just as I was turning to head back, I heard it again. Closer this time. A burst of breaking sticks, then silence. I walked back faster than usual, knife in hand. I kept checking over my shoulder, telling myself it was just a deer or maybe a black bear, but something didn't feel right. The sound was too deliberate, too focused. It didn't crash through the underbrush like an animal would. It was as if it wanted me to hear it. Back at the cabin, I bolted the door and set the axe by the fireplace. That night, I didn't sleep well. Every small sound outside felt louder. The creak of a branch, the tap of water dripping from the eaves. My ears were wide open all night. I lay in bed, eyes staring at the dark ceiling, waiting. The next morning, I found tracks. Not far from the cabin, maybe 30 feet from the porch. At first, I thought they were from a bear, but they were too narrow, too long. The toes were shaped oddly, and they were deep. Whatever made them was heavy. I took a few photos with my phone. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe they were distorted bear tracks or from a large dog. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been close to the cabin while I slept. I didn't go hiking that day. I stayed near the cabin, made sure my knife and axe were sharp, and stacked more firewood. I didn't see or hear anything unusual, but that night, I locked every latch, closed every curtain, and sat with my back to the wall, watching the door. At around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps, light but clear, on the porch. Then nothing. I sat frozen, gripping the axe handle so tight my knuckles went white. I waited for a knock, a sound, anything, but after a few minutes, the silence returned. In the morning, I went outside and checked the porch. No tracks, but the damp boards were slightly scuffed. Not scratched, just faint marks that hadn't been there before. I knew I wasn't imagining things. I wasn't dreaming. I was fully awake. Something or someone had been out there, watching. That evening, I walked the perimeter of the clearing. I found a tree about 40 yards from the cabin with fresh knife marks on the bark. 3 vertical slashes, clean and deep. It wasn't natural. Someone had done it, and not long ago. The wood still looked raw, not yet darkened from exposure. I wanted to leave the next day, but the rain had picked up. The road back would be flooded. My SUV couldn't handle deep water, especially on that rough gravel stretch. I had no choice but to wait. That night was the worst. Around 1:30 a.m., I heard it again. Footsteps, this time circling the cabin. I killed the lantern and crouched low by the window, trying to see out without being seen. The fire had died down, so the room was nearly dark. Then I saw movement, just at the edge of the trees. A figure, tall, thin, not moving like an animal. It stood still for a long time, then slowly walked out of sight. I didn't sleep at all. I sat there until dawn, axe in hand, knees stiff and heart racing. As soon as it was light, I packed my gear. The rain had eased a bit, and I didn't care if the road was rough. I needed to get out. I loaded everything into the SUV in under 10 minutes. Just before I got in, I turned and looked at the cabin one last time, and that's when I saw something that chilled me deeper than anything else. Nailed to the door with one of my own kitchen knives was a strip of fabric. From my jacket. I don't know when they took it. I didn't hear them come in. I don't know how they got close enough, but they had been inside, or at least inches from getting in. I drove fast, barely caring about the potholes. My tires slipped on the mud, branches scraped the side of the car, and at one point I thought I was going to slide off the road. But I made it back to the main highway just after noon. I didn't stop until I was back in the city. When I got home, I took a long shower and sat in my apartment in silence. I didn't tell anyone, not right away. What was I going to say? That someone had stalked me in the woods? That I found tracks and knife marks? that someone stood outside my cabin at night and left a piece of my jacket nailed to the door. I had been thinking about disconnecting for a long time. It had become one of those ideas that stayed at the back of my mind every day, like something gnawing at you slowly. Work stress, emails, notifications, the constant buzz of news, opinions, and the pressure to keep up with everything. It was grinding me down. It didn't happen all at once, but over the years I started feeling worn out. Like I was never really resting, never really relaxed, no matter how much sleep I got or how much time I spent off work. So when I found the listing online for a remote cabin about 3 hours from the city, no Wi-Fi, no phone signal, just a wood stove and solar panels for lights, I booked it without thinking much. It was cheap because it was out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by national forest land. No neighbors, no paved road access, just a rough dirt track you had to drive for about 20 minutes after leaving the main highway. I figured I could use the time to unwind, maybe bring some books, just sit, read, cook basic food, walk in the woods, and forget the world for a while. I packed everything into the back of my SUV. Mostly canned food, a gas stove, a cooler with some meat and eggs, a couple gallons of water, and a few tools like a hatchet, rope, and my old hunting knife. I brought a sleeping bag, a good flashlight, and my hiking boots. I even brought a small solar battery for emergencies, just in case. I didn't plan on needing anything but figured I might as well prepare. The day I left was quiet. It was late September, right when the air starts turning crisp. The mornings were chilly, but the days still warm enough for a long walk. I remember the sky was clear on the drive up, blue and wide and stretching on forever. The kind of sky that makes you feel small in a good way. The dirt road leading to the cabin was rough like the listing said. My tires kicked up dust as I drove slowly over rocks and narrow turns between trees. After a while, the road thinned until it felt more like a trail than a road. I passed no other cars, no signs of human life, no fences, nothing, just trees and shrubs and the faint sound of birds in the distance. The cabin looked older than the photos online. Not in a bad way, but it was clear nobody had lived in it full-time for years. Still, it was solid. A small wooden place with a sloped tin roof, a porch, and one main room inside. It had a tiny kitchen area, a wood stove, and a cot with a thin mattress. There was a shelf with some dusty books and a big old table in the center. Everything smelled like dry wood and pine. I spent the first day getting settled. Chopped some firewood from the pile out back, boiled water for tea, checked the solar battery system, which still worked fine. I opened all the windows for a few hours to let the place breathe. I explored a bit around the cabin, just maybe 100 feet in every direction. Didn't go far. Didn't feel like I needed to. I was just happy to sit and listen to silence. That night, I lit a small fire in the stove and sat with a book under the low light of the bulb above. There was a calmness I hadn't felt in years. No sound of traffic, no buzzing from my phone, just the soft creaking of the cabin walls and the faint chirp of crickets outside. I slept early that night and slept deep. The next morning, I decided to hike out a bit further. The forest here wasn't dense. The trees stood far enough apart to let light through, and the floor was mostly dry leaves and patches of moss. I didn't use any trails. I just picked a direction and started walking, using the position of the sun and a few markings on trees to keep my bearings. I brought my knife and some water, left everything else at the cabin. About an hour into the walk, I saw something strange. At first, it didn't register. I thought it was just some fallen logs in a strange pattern. But as I got closer, I saw that it was man-made. Somebody had arranged thick branches in a large X shape on the ground. Each branch was almost as long as I was tall, and they'd been carefully stripped of bark. They weren't rotting. They looked recently cut. The ends were sharp. It looked like something between a warning and a marker. There were rocks placed around the X in a circle. Some of the rocks had red stains on them. I stopped and stared for a long time. My first thought was maybe some kids messing around or someone marking a hunting area. But I hadn't seen any sign of people. The whole area had felt completely empty since I arrived. And there was something too careful about the way it was arranged. like it was meant to be seen but not touched. I circled around it once but didn't go close. I felt a weird tightness in my chest. Not fear exactly, but a kind of pressure, like I shouldn't be there. I turned back, walked faster than I came, didn't look behind me. By the time I got back to the cabin, the light was already starting to shift, late afternoon sun hitting the trees sideways. I locked the door that night, even though I hadn't planned to. I left the knife next to my sleeping bag and tried to sleep, but my mind kept drifting back to that ex. The way the bark had been stripped so clean, the rocks, the stains. I woke up a few times that night, once because I thought I heard something moving outside. Not an animal, at least not one I could place. It sounded too slow, too deliberate, like footsteps. But when I got up and peeked through the window, there was nothing, just shadows and silence. The next morning, I stayed close to the cabin, chopped more firewood, boiled some rice, tried to read, but couldn't focus. I kept thinking about that clearing. I told myself it was probably just some backwoods ritual, maybe from decades ago. People do weird stuff in the woods. It doesn't always mean anything, but something about it had scratched at me in the wrong way. That afternoon, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. Behind the cabin, past the woodpile and a thin line of trees, there was a faint trail, almost invisible unless the light hit it right. It wasn't a path like one made from walking. It looked like something had been dragged there repeatedly. A narrow line in the leaves and dirt, curved and uneven, stretching into the forest. I didn't follow it at first. I just stared. It ran in the direction opposite from where I had gone the day before. It was old, but not too old. Some leaves were caught in it, but others looked freshly disturbed. I marked the tree where it started with my knife, then walked back inside. I barely slept that night. I kept hearing things again. Not loud sounds, but light ones. Rustling, snapping twigs. A scraping sound like something heavy being pulled across wood. At one point, I heard what sounded like breathing near the window, deep and steady. But when I got up, again, there was nothing. I told myself I was overthinking. I wasn't used to real silence. My brain was filling in gaps. I kept repeating that in my head like a chant. But deep down, I didn't believe it. The next morning, I decided to follow the trail. I don't know why I did it. Maybe part of me thought I could explain it if I just saw where it led. Maybe I thought it would help me sleep better if I had some answers. I left early, packed some food and water, brought my flashlight, and marked trees every 100 feet with small scratches. The trail curved and dipped and split a few times, but the dragging line stayed visible. It twisted through the forest like a snake. Sometimes it faded for a while, then reappeared stronger. After about 30 minutes of walking, I started noticing things. There were cuts on some of the trees. Not random, straight cuts about waist high, all at the same angle, like something sharp had slashed them as it passed. Then I found bones. Pile of them, maybe from a deer, but the ribs had been broken open, cracked clean down the middle. The skull was missing, and the bones had been arranged, neatly stacked in a spiral. Someone had taken time with it. I stood staring at it for a long time. It wasn't just nature. I knew that without question. No animal arranges bones like that. I kept going. My heartbeat was loud in my ears, but I couldn't stop. I followed the trail another 15 minutes. Then I found the hole. It was wide and shallow, maybe 10 feet across, dug into the earth like a bowl. Around it were branches, stacked loosely into a dome shape, but unfinished, like someone had started building a shelter and stopped halfway. Inside the hole were more bones, some large, some small, none of them fresh. They looked bleached, like they'd been sitting in the sun for weeks. There were clothes too, a torn piece of flannel, a boot, a small plastic backpack, faded and half-buried. I dug it out slowly and opened it. Inside was a child's water bottle, a toy car, a notebook soaked and unreadable. That's when I turned around. I didn't run. I walked, fast but careful, kept my head moving. Every sound now felt sharper. Every crack in the trees made me freeze. I followed my marks backward, every few minutes checking behind me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. When I got back to the cabin, It was nearly sunset. My hands were shaking. I locked the door again, pushed the table against it, piled logs by the window. I stayed awake that night with the knife in my lap, staring at the door. I had never owned anything big in my life. No car, no house, just a one-bedroom apartment I rented on the east side of the city. So when I found out my uncle had left me his old cabin up north, I didn't really know how to react at first. Came out of nowhere. My uncle died in his sleep. No wife, no kids. I hadn't seen him in 10 years. Still, somehow, I ended up in his will. The cabin wasn't anything fancy, just a small structure up near the tree line in the northern part of the state. It wasn't connected to any city. You had to drive through a few dirt roads just to reach the edge of the property. No neighbors, no cell signal, just the cabin and whatever was around it. I decided to spend a week up there. I didn't want to sell it without seeing it first. Part of me also wanted to disconnect from everything: work, my phone, people. I figured I could bring some canned food, my camping gear, and a few tools. I had a decent battery-powered radio. That was enough. I drove up in the middle of May. The weather was just warming up. Most of the snow was gone by then, though the air was still cold at night. The drive took me close to 6 hours. I passed through some back roads with potholes big enough to swallow a tire. Some stretches didn't even look like roads anymore. It was mostly dirt and scattered gravel, bordered by thick woods on both sides. I reached the cabin just before sunset. It sat in a clearing surrounded by trees, tall pines all around it. The place looked run down but not destroyed. The roof sagged a little, and the porch steps creaked when I stepped on them. The front door stuck, but I managed to get it open after shoving my shoulder into it a few times. Inside, it smelled like dust and wood, old wood, the kind that's been soaked and dried 100 times. There were no lights, of course, no electricity, just a fireplace, a small kitchen area with a propane stove, and a cot in the back room. A wooden table with 2 chairs. Everything was simple and quiet. I liked that. The first night was uneventful. I made myself a simple meal on the stove, lit some candles I had brought, and sat on the porch with a blanket wrapped around me. The silence felt thick. No sirens, no voices, no hum of electricity, just wind in the trees and the occasional bird call. But that silence started to feel different after a while. Not peaceful, just off. Maybe it was because I wasn't used to that kind of quiet. Played tricks on me. I kept thinking I heard small things. Twigs snapping, faint footsteps, maybe. But I told myself it was probably animals. Squirrels, raccoons, deer. It was the woods after all. The next morning, I got up with the sun. My back was sore from the cot. I walked around the property, checking out the shed behind the cabin. It was locked with a rusted padlock. I didn't have a key, and I didn't want to break it just yet. I figured I'd wait and see if there was a spare key inside somewhere. There was also an old well a few yards off the back porch. It was covered with a wooden lid and had a metal bucket still tied to the rope. I spent the day reading and walking the woods. I didn't go too far, just enough to get familiar with the area. The trees were thick in some spots with dense underbrush. I found a game trail leading north but didn't follow it very long. I wasn't trying to get lost. That second night, something woke me up. It wasn't loud, just a soft thud, like something had hit the side of the cabin. I sat up on the cot and listened. Everything was quiet again. I figured a branch fell or an animal ran into the wall, but I didn't sleep much after that. In the morning, I went outside and walked around the cabin. About halfway along the left wall, I saw what looked like a boot print. It was faint and I almost missed it. It wasn't mine. It looked older than my prints from the day before. Still, I figured it could have been from someone who passed through the area before I got there. Hunters or hikers, maybe. The third day was when things really started to feel wrong. It was late afternoon. I was chopping some kindling behind the cabin when I noticed something on a tree trunk about 20 yards away. A mark. Someone had carved into the bark. A long line with a short cross through the middle. It almost looked like a simple letter T or a basic symbol. I walked over to look at it. The cut was fresh. The inner wood was still bright and wet. That meant it had been made recently, maybe within a day or two. I didn't remember seeing it before. There were no other signs of anyone. I didn't hear footsteps, no vehicles, nothing, but someone had been out there. That night, I locked the door with the deadbolt and shoved one of the chairs under the handle. I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. I kept hearing small sounds outside. Nothing loud, but steady. Little snaps, short steps in the brush. Once, I thought I heard slow breathing near the window. I didn't move. I just sat in the dark with my flashlight off, holding the small hatchet I had used for firewood. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach twist. Near the edge of the tree line, maybe 30 yards from the back of the cabin, someone had stacked small rocks into a shape. It was about 2 feet tall. 5 or 6 flat stones balanced on top of each other in a narrow pile. That alone wouldn't have scared me. People make rock cairns all the time on trails. But at the base of the pile, someone had placed what looked like a torn piece of shirt, a scrap of fabric, old, faded, light blue. It looked like it had been there for a while, but it hadn't been there the day before. I was sure of it. I knocked it over and kicked the stones apart. I don't know why. Maybe I wanted to undo whatever message it was supposed to send. Maybe I just didn't want to see it. Later that day, I finally forced the shed open. I used the back of the hatchet to snap the padlock. Inside, it was dusty and full of old tools. Rusted saws, an axe, some nails, a dented gas can. But what stood out was a box in the corner. It was an old ammo crate, wooden with metal handles. When I opened it, I found dozens of photographs inside. Old ones, mostly black and white. Some were color but faded badly. They showed the cabin, the forest, the well, and different people. Most of them were men, a few women. Some looked like they were from decades ago. But what shook me was that in several photos, I could see a figure in the background, deep in the trees, always far away, just a dark shape. A man, I think, wearing what looked like a heavy coat or jacket. In one photo, the person was closer, only about 10 feet behind the man in the picture. But no one seemed to notice him. I went through every photo, maybe 60 or 70. That dark figure appeared in at least 20 of them. I stopped sleeping after that. The 5th night, I didn't even lay down. I just sat in a chair facing the door with my flashlight and hatchet in my lap. Every now and then, I thought I heard something. A scrape against the wall, a soft step on the porch. Once, I was sure I heard breathing just outside the door. Not an animal. Too slow, too steady, like someone standing still and exhaling through their nose. I didn't open the door. I didn't make a sound. I waited for hours. In the morning, I opened the door slowly. Nothing was there, but in the dirt just off the steps, I saw prints again. Deep ones, heavier than before, as if someone had been standing there all night, waiting. On the 6th day, I wanted to leave. I packed my bag before noon and tried to start the truck. The battery was dead. It had been fine when I arrived. I hadn't used it all week, but somehow it was drained. I opened the hood and checked the connections. Nothing looked wrong. No signs of tampering. I tried the ignition again. Nothing. I walked out to the road and tried to get a signal on my phone. Nothing. I kept walking for nearly half a mile. Still nothing. The whole area was dead. I went back to the cabin and thought about hiking to town. But it was a long way. I wasn't sure how far exactly, but the nearest real road had to be 10 or 15 miles. I didn't have a proper pack for that kind of hike. And something about the woods didn't feel right anymore. That night was the worst. Just after sunset, I heard heavy footsteps on the porch. Slow, steady, one step at a time. I turned off my flashlight and sat in the dark again. I gripped the hatchet and stayed still. The steps stopped at the door. Then I heard the handle move, just a little, like someone was testing it. Then silence, total silence, not even wind in the trees. I stayed frozen for hours. Around midnight, the steps moved again. Away this time, back down the porch, into the woods. I didn't sleep at all. At first light, I grabbed my pack and left. I didn't care about the truck. I didn't care about the tools or the photos or the food I left behind. I just walked. I followed the dirt road south, past where I'd driven in, and kept walking. I drank from a stream when I found one, ate 2 protein bars from my pack. I walked all day, nearly 12 hours. Late that evening, I reached a ranger station off the highway. I was sunburned, tired, shaking, and filthy. I never planned to go that far off the grid. It just kind of happened after I left my job in the city. Everything had been feeling too tight, too loud, too packed with things that didn't matter. My days felt like someone else's routine. Same streets, same screens, same tired eyes in elevators. I started craving silence. Not the kind where you just turn off your phone, but the kind you feel in your bones. The kind that sinks into your skin when there's no one for miles. I didn't want anyone around. Not for a while. I had some savings. Not a fortune, but enough to disappear for a few months if I stayed smart. I found this small, private cabin for rent through a backwoods forum. It wasn't on Airbnb or anything fancy. It was just a guy who inherited it from his grandfather, wanted some cash, and posted about it. Said it was up in the Idaho Panhandle. Totally off-grid. No neighbors. No cell signal. Closest store was a 2-hour drive. He gave directions in a long email, told me to write them down by hand because I'd lose GPS before I got close. The cabin itself was nothing fancy. 1 floor, a little porch with stove, gas lamps, small generator for light if needed. He said the fridge and stove ran on propane. There was a big tank outside. The place was stocked with basic stuff, canned food, tools, firewood, but he warned me that if I stayed longer than a week, I'd need to bring in supplies myself. No problem. I packed up a month's worth of food, water filters, clothes for cold and wet weather, and a few books. I didn't bring any guns. I don't hunt and didn't think I'd need one. Getting there was a trip. The paved road turned to gravel, and the gravel turned to packed dirt. Then that turned into a narrow, bumpy track barely wide enough for my truck. Trees on both sides looked like they'd snap your mirrors off if you weren't careful. I followed his handwritten notes, landmark by landmark. Rusted tractor on the left. Burned tree split down the middle. Big boulder shaped like a bear's head. When I finally got to the cabin, it was late afternoon and I was covered in sweat from the stress of driving those last few miles. But it was perfect. Quiet. Still. Clean air. The first week went by like a dream. I chopped some wood, read by the fire, took long walks along the ridge behind the cabin. There was a little stream down the hill with clear water. Cold, fast, and clean enough to drink once I filtered it. I spent hours sitting on a flat rock there just listening. Birds, wind, nothing else. I thought I could stay forever. Around the middle of the second week, I noticed something that made me pause. I was walking a path I'd cleared with a machete, maybe a quarter mile from the cabin. There was a small area of crushed grass I didn't remember stepping on. It wasn't like a huge trampled field, just a spot where someone or something had stopped and stood for a while. The grass had been pushed down evenly, like weight had been pressing down on both feet. I crouched and looked around, but I didn't see any tracks or prints. Maybe it was an animal, elk maybe, but it felt too neat, too human. I told myself not to make anything out of it. I walked back to the cabin and made dinner. That night I couldn't sleep as easily. I kept listening for noises. There weren't any unusual ones, just the creaking of trees in the wind, but it still kept me up. A few days later, I found the first clear sign. I was walking the same path a bit farther out this time. That's when I saw it, boot prints, actual boots, deep treads about my size, maybe slightly larger. The tracks were fresh. It had rained the night before and the soil was soft. The prints came from the north, stopped at a large pine tree, then turned around and went back the way they came. No reason for anyone to be out there, not unless they knew about the cabin. I followed the prints for maybe 20 minutes, keeping my ears open. They curved east, crossed over a small dry creek bed, and led into thicker woods. Eventually they faded where the ground got rockier. I didn't want to go much farther. I already felt like I had gone too far. Something about following them made my skin crawl, like I was stepping over some invisible line. That night, I locked the cabin door for the first time since I got there. I also closed the shutters even though it made the inside stuffy. I kept the lantern low. I sat on the bed with a flashlight in one hand and my hatchet in the other. I listened. Nothing. The next morning, I found something on the porch. It wasn't big or dramatic, just a stick, a thick branch maybe 2 feet long, but it had been carved, not whittled for fun, carved with clean, deep cuts in straight lines down its length. Like tally marks, there were 6 of them. I hadn't seen that stick the day before. It was dead center on the porch, placed carefully, not dropped. I stood there staring at it for a long time. I didn't touch it. I just kicked it into the woods hard, then stood there listening for anything that might move out there. I didn't go for my walks after that. I stayed close to the cabin. I started hearing things at night. Not big crashes or howls or anything like that. Just soft cracking in the woods. Slow footsteps. I'd hear 3 or 4 in a row, then silence. Then another 2. Sometimes they circled the cabin. I could hear them move around. Not close, maybe 50 feet away, but always just on the edge of hearing. Sometimes I thought I imagined it. Other times I was sure I didn't. On the 11th night, I saw the first shape. It was just past 2 a.m. I was sitting on the floor with the lantern out. The coals in the stove were still glowing, throwing a dim red light around the room. That's when I looked out through a crack in the shutter. The moon was bright. It lit up part of the clearing. On the far side, just beyond the first line of trees, someone was standing there. They weren't doing anything, just standing, facing the cabin. They didn't move, not even a little. I watched for what felt like forever. Then I blinked, and they were gone. Not walked away, gone. I don't know if they ducked or moved behind a tree or what. I got chills so hard it felt like my skin was buzzing. The next day, I thought about leaving. I packed some food into my truck, but I knew I'd have to drive slow down that narrow track. If someone was out there, they could block the road, shoot my tires, or worse. I kept thinking about how far it was to the nearest town. Even if I made it out, I'd be a sitting duck for hours. So I stayed another night. The worst night. That evening, just after dark, I heard footsteps, closer than before. They came right up to the cabin. I turned off the lantern and held my breath. Something scraped the side of the cabin. Slow, long, like metal on wood. Then I heard it 3 slow knocks on the wall. Not on the door, on the wall. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I just sat there in the dark, holding my hatchet. Then there was silence. I waited. Minutes passed. Then the footsteps moved again, this time to the back of the cabin. A few more knocks. Then nothing. I sat like that until morning. When the sun came up, I walked around the cabin with my hatchet raised. That's when I saw it. On the back wall, there was something carved into the wood. Deep grooves like with a knife. It was the same 6 tally marks from the stick. But there was a 7th one now. Fresh. I didn't pack. I just grabbed my keys and drove. Fast. I bounced all over the place on that narrow track. Branches scraped the sides. I didn't care. I didn't stop until I hit paved road hours later. When I finally got signal, I called the guy who owned the place. He didn't answer, so I left a voicemail telling him to check the cabin. That was the last time I went off-grid. A few weeks later, I saw a post online. It was on a survivalist forum. Someone was warning others not to rent out random cabins without checking who had lived there before. The post talked about a stretch of woods in the Idaho Panhandle, about a cabin where people had gone missing, about a man who lived out there years ago, carving tallies for each person who passed through. They said he died in those woods, but maybe someone else had picked up where he left off. Or maybe he never died. I don't know who or what was out there, but I still think about that 7th tally. I still wonder what would have happened if I stayed just one more night. City life had been weighing on me for months. Work stress, traffic, screens, noise. I felt fried. I was tired all the time. Every night I would lie in bed, my thoughts racing, my eyes staring at the ceiling, and all I could think was how badly I wanted silence. Not just quiet, but real, thick silence. No phones, no neighbors, no engines. Just the sound of the wind, maybe a stream, maybe some leaves moving around. I started looking at rental cabins online and found one deep in the Pacific Northwest. It was buried way back in the woods, an hour off the nearest highway. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal, no people. That sounded perfect. I booked it for 7 days. The drive-in was long. After I turned off the main road, I followed a gravel track that wound through tall pine trees. It was late September and everything was a mix of green and that early burnt orange that comes before full fall. The air got colder the deeper I went. The road turned rough, full of dips and uneven ground, and there were no signs anywhere, just mile after mile of trees. I passed a rusted gate and a faded wooden sign that had the name of the property, but it was so worn I could barely read it. When I finally reached the cabin, I stopped and just sat in my car for a second. It was a small place, wood walls, metal roof, one window in front, and an old chimney that looked like it hadn't had smoke through it in years. There was a front porch with 2 empty chairs and a stack of firewood. No other cabins in sight. No tire tracks. No animals even. Just quiet. It was what I asked for. I brought in my bags, set up the small kitchen with the groceries I packed, and made a mental note of what I had. Instant coffee, bottled water, some canned stuff, bread, peanut butter, jerky. I had a sleeping bag and extra blankets in case it got cold. I checked the old wood stove, it worked. No TV, no internet, just a small bookshelf with some mystery paperbacks and a couple nature guides. I put my phone in the drawer under the bed. It had no service anyway. The first night was peaceful. I sat on the porch in one of the chairs and just listened. I watched the sun drop behind the trees. It got dark fast, faster than I expected. There were no street lights, no cabin lights around me, just stars and the thick shadows between trees. I went in, lit a few candles, and made a small fire in the wood stove. The cabin warmed up quick, and I felt better than I had in months. But something woke me in the middle of the night. It wasn't a sound, exactly. It was more like I felt something had changed. I opened my eyes and the room was lit faintly by moonlight coming through the window. I couldn't hear anything. I stayed still, listening. Then I heard something soft outside. A crunch, like someone stepping on old leaves. It was just one crunch, then nothing. I sat up and waited. I kept listening. My heart started beating faster. I told myself it was an animal, probably a deer, maybe a raccoon. Still, I didn't move toward the window. I just waited. After about 5 minutes, I didn't hear anything else, and I finally laid back down. But I didn't sleep much. The next morning, I stepped outside and looked around. There were no tracks I could see, though the dirt and pine needles didn't hold impressions well. I walked the edge of the clearing around the cabin. It was about 20 yards in each direction before the tree line started. The trees were tall and close together, dense, the kind of place where sound just vanishes. I couldn't shake the weird feeling I had. That second day, I went for a walk. There was a rough trail that led away from the cabin, mostly covered in fallen branches and leaves. I followed it for about a mile, hoping to find a stream or something, but eventually it just faded into the forest. I turned back before it got too late. When I came back to the cabin, I noticed something odd. The chair on the porch, the one I hadn't used, was pulled out a little. It wasn't like that when I left. I was sure of it. I always keep things neat. It was small, but it stuck with me. I tried to think rationally. Maybe I bumped it and didn't notice. Maybe it shifted in the wind. I moved it back, went inside, and tried to ignore it. That night, I locked the door. It had a bolt lock, nothing fancy. I closed all the windows. I kept the fire going. I read a book for a while, then went to bed. I left one candle burning on the table. I told myself I was just being cautious. But around 3 a.m., I woke up again. This time, it was definitely a sound. 3 steps. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Right outside. Then silence. I sat up slowly. I stared at the window. I couldn't see much, but the moonlight was bright enough that I should have seen anything that moved. Then I heard a 4th crunch, like something just adjusted its weight. It was close, right at the wall. Maybe by the window, maybe by the door. I didn't move. I just stayed frozen in the bed. I waited for maybe 10 minutes. Nothing else happened. No knock, no more steps, no sounds going away. Eventually I got up, moved slowly to the door, and checked the lock. Still shut. I looked out the window but saw nothing. No movement. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. The next morning, I was rattled. I stepped outside again and checked the porch. That second chair was pulled out even farther. And this time, there were marks in the dirt. Not clear footprints, but scuffs. Like someone dragged their boot heel lightly through the pine needles. I felt my chest tighten. This wasn't wildlife. Animals don't sit in chairs. Animals don't stand still outside your window for 10 minutes. I went around the cabin and looked more closely. On the far side, I saw something that made my stomach turn. A small, half-smoked cigarette near the wall. I don't smoke. I never brought any cigarettes. Someone had been there. That's when I decided I had to be more careful. I didn't want to pack up and leave. I had 4 days left, and I wanted this break. But I wasn't going to pretend nothing was happening. I kept a hatchet by the door. I stopped going on long walks. I started bringing firewood inside before dark and locking up earlier. The next night passed quietly. Then the next. I started to think maybe whoever was out there had moved on. Maybe it was a hunter who stumbled on the cabin. Maybe they were just curious. But on the 6th night, it all changed. I had just gotten into bed. No fire that night, it wasn't too cold, and I didn't want the light. I blew out the candle and lay there in the dark. My ears were sharp. I wasn't tired. I just stared at the ceiling. Then I heard it. Not footsteps this time. A whisper of movement, like fabric brushing bark, like something shifting its weight slowly. Then I heard the door handle rattle. Quiet, but clear. Someone was testing it. They were right on the other side. I stood up and moved toward the door as quietly as I could. My hands were shaking. I grabbed the hatchet. I didn't turn on the light. I stood there waiting. Then I heard a slow, heavy breath through the crack in the door. Not words, just breathing. Then silence. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in the chair by the window with the hatchet in my lap, listening. Every time the wind moved through the trees, I jumped, but there were no more sounds. The first light, I stepped out and checked again. This time, the scuffs in the dirt were clear. The marks went from the trees to the porch, then around the side of the cabin. I followed them until they vanished into the woods. That was enough. I packed my bag. I didn't even eat breakfast. I locked the door behind me, started the car, and drove away as fast as I could without blowing a tire on the gravel. I looked in the rearview mirror the whole time, half expecting to see someone standing at the tree line, watching me go. When I got back to town, I told the owner of the cabin everything. He said he'd had no complaints before, said maybe it was a drifter, someone camping out in the woods who stumbled on the place. He offered me a refund. I didn't take it. I wasn't angry. I wasn't hurt. I was just glad I was out of there. A few weeks later, I looked up the area online. I found an old article buried in a regional news site. It was from 3 years back. A man had gone missing while camping out near that same stretch of forest. His tent was found. His car was still there, but he was never found. They thought he got lost, maybe had a fall. That's what the article said. But now I don't think that's what happened. I think someone was living out there, watching, waiting. Maybe they'd been watching me the whole time I was there. Maybe they were waiting for me to slip up, to go for a walk too late, to forget to lock the door. I think about that sometimes, how close I came. Now I triple check every lock before I sleep. I don't camp alone anymore. I don't go deep into the woods without knowing what's around me. People always think nature is peaceful, but it's not always what's natural that you should be afraid of. Sometimes it's what's hiding in it, and sometimes it's what's watching from the dark. I went to that cabin because I needed a break from everything. My life in the city had started feeling too loud. My phone wouldn't stop ringing. My inbox was always full, and people kept coming to me with problems I didn't know how to fix. I had no energy left, just this constant weight pressing on my chest. I was sleeping less, barely eating, and when I looked in the mirror, I didn't even recognize my face. I looked tired all the time, older than I should have. The cabin wasn't anything special. It was small, old, and sat deep in the woods up north where barely anyone went. I found it on a classified listing site. The guy who owned it said it hadn't been used in years and was happy to rent it out for cheap. I didn't ask questions. I just wired him the money and took 2 weeks off work. Packed my bags, drove out, and turned off my phone before I even got there. That was the point, to get away from everything. The drive took almost a full day. The last stretch was on a dirt road so narrow I had to drive slowly just to avoid scraping the sides of the car against branches and brush. Trees surrounded the road like a tunnel, with hardly any light making it through. I kept checking the GPS even though the signal was weak and kept cutting out. But after a while, I stopped bothering. I just kept going, hoping I was on the right path. Eventually, I saw it. A clearing in the trees and a flat patch of grass with the cabin sitting at the far end. It looked even more run down in person. The wooden siding was cracked and faded, the roof sagged a little, and the windows were dusty. But it was peaceful, quiet in a way I hadn't felt in years. I parked the car and sat there for a minute, just listening to the sound of wind blowing through the trees. No engines, no phones, no people, just the woods. Inside, the place was simple. One room with a bed on one side, a small table, a couple of chairs, a wood stove, and a kitchenette. There was a bathroom in the back with an old toilet and a small shower. The water came from a tank outside, and electricity came from a generator I had to start myself. I brought food, water, books, and some gear in case I wanted to hike. No internet, no TV, nothing to distract me. That first night, I fell asleep listening to the wind. The next few days were quiet. I'd wake up with the sun, cook breakfast, and sit outside on the little porch with coffee and a book. The forest looked different every day depending on the light. Sometimes golden and warm, sometimes foggy and gray. I'd go for walks, short ones at first, just around the clearing. Then I started going deeper into the woods, following game trails, listening to the sounds of birds and branches under my boots. On the fourth day, I found something odd. I had hiked a bit farther than usual, maybe a mile or two from the cabin. I wasn't following a marked trail, just kind of wandering through the trees. The air smelled like pine and earth. I wasn't really paying attention to where I was going when I came across a pile of rocks. It wasn't natural, it was stacked carefully, like a cairn, maybe 5 feet tall. There were smaller ones around it too, arranged in a circle. I didn't think much of it at the time. I figured some other hiker had built it years ago, or maybe hunters used it as a marker. I walked around it once, looked at the way the stones were arranged, then turned back toward the cabin. But for some reason, I felt weird. Not scared exactly, just uneasy, like I wasn't supposed to be there. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept thinking about those rocks. I told myself it was nothing, that my brain was just being dramatic. But the feeling stayed. The next day, I didn't go hiking. I stayed close to the cabin, chopped some wood, cleaned the place up, sat on the porch most of the afternoon. The forest felt different. I couldn't explain it. The trees looked darker. The wind sounded sharper. It was like something in the air had changed. That night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of something moving outside. I stayed in bed, listening. It wasn't an animal. I know what deer sound like when they move through brush. This was heavier, slower. I got up, walked quietly to the window, and looked out. I couldn't see anything at first, just trees and shadows. But then I saw him, a man standing about 50 feet away, half hidden behind a tree. Not moving, not walking, just standing, staring at the cabin. I didn't move. My body went cold. My breath slowed down. I stared for maybe 10 minutes straight, but he didn't move. Then I blinked and he was gone, like he had stepped behind the tree or moved while I looked away. I stood there another hour, not even breathing too loud. I didn't go outside. I didn't even turn on a light. I just sat on the floor next to the bed until the sun started to come up. The next morning, I walked out to where I thought he had been. There was nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no signs anyone had been there. I tried to tell myself I imagined it. Maybe I had dreamed it and just thought it was real. I kept trying to believe that, but that night it happened again. This time I was awake. I had stayed up reading, sitting near the stove with just a small lantern on. I heard footsteps, slow, steady, crunching over dry leaves. I turned the lantern off and looked out the window. He was back, a little closer this time, still standing there, still watching. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept hearing things, more movement, like he was circling the cabin. I didn't see him again, but I knew he hadn't left. Every sound made me freeze, every creak in the wood, every gust of wind. I kept thinking he was going to try the door. By the 5th day, I was a mess. My hands were shaking. I hadn't eaten much. My stomach felt tight all the time. I didn't want to leave the cabin, but I didn't feel safe inside either. I didn't want to look out the windows. I just sat on the floor with a knife in my hand, listening. That night, he knocked, just once. One single knock on the front door around midnight. I didn't move. I sat in the dark, holding my breath, listening. After a few minutes, I heard footsteps walking away, slow and heavy. I looked out the window again. I didn't see him, but I knew he was still close. I don't remember falling asleep, but I woke up to the sound of something scraping against the wall. I looked outside again. There were marks, long scratches on the wood, like someone had dragged a stick or knife along it. Not deep, but clear. They weren't there before. The 6th day, I made a decision. I was going to leave. I couldn't take it anymore. I packed up everything quickly, barely ate breakfast, started the car and left without looking back. The dirt road felt even narrower on the way out. Every time the trees closed in, I thought he'd be standing there in the middle of the road. But he wasn't. I made it out. I didn't go home right away. I drove to a motel 3 towns over, paid in cash, and stayed there for the night. I locked the door, pushed a chair under the knob, and kept the lights on the whole time. I checked out the next morning and drove the rest of the way home. When I finally got back to my apartment, I turned on every light. I checked the closets, the bathroom, even under the bed like a child. I didn't sleep much that first night either, but nothing happened. Days passed, then weeks. I kept checking the news for stories. Missing persons, break-ins, strange sightings. Nothing came up. I called the man who owned the cabin and asked if anyone else had stayed there before me. He said no, not in years. I didn't tell him what happened. I just said I wasn't interested in going back. Even now, months later, I can't explain any of it. There were no ghosts, no monsters, just a man watching. A man who never spoke, never moved much, never tried to get inside, but who was always there. I keep thinking about that circle of stones in the forest, how carefully it was made, how it felt wrong. I wonder if it meant something, if it was a warning, or a boundary I wasn't supposed to cross. I'll never go back to that cabin. I haven't been in the woods since. I keep the curtains closed most nights, and sometimes I still wake up thinking I hear footsteps outside. But there's never anyone there. Not yet. I had been needing a break from everything. Life was starting to feel like a trap. It wasn't just the stress of work or the routine that made me feel like I was caged in, but this dull noise in my head that wouldn't stop. I worked in an office in the city, a concrete box with buzzing lights and no windows. Every day was the same. I got tired of the noise of the streets, of the smell of car exhaust, and the constant pressure in my chest that didn't go away, no matter how many deep breaths I took. So I took time off and decided to go somewhere alone, far from people, far from everything. I didn't want a resort or a hotel. I wanted isolation, real silence, somewhere I could feel myself again. I searched online and found a small wooden cabin deep in the mountains in Montana. It was owned by some retired guy who lived in another state. He rented it out sometimes. No neighbors nearby, no town within 40 miles. The road leading to it was dirt for the last 6 miles, and he said most people don't come during off-season because the weather could turn fast. That made it perfect. I booked it for 2 weeks. Just me and nature. No cell service. No internet. Just silence and space. I arrived in the late afternoon. It was late September, and most of the trees had already turned orange and red. There were leaves on the road, dry and crackling under my tires. The cabin was smaller than I expected. It was made of old wood, stained dark brown, and it had a slanted green metal roof. There was a little porch on the front with a chair and a crooked railing. It looked like something out of another time. The air was cold, and it smelled like dirt and wood. No sounds except wind through the trees and the occasional bird. No power lines, no cars in the distance, no voices, just the kind of silence that feels heavy in your ears. Inside, it was basic. One small living room with an old couch and a wood stove, a kitchen with a propane stove and sink, one bedroom with a narrow bed, and a bathroom that barely had room to turn around in. There was no electricity, just a few propane lamps and candles. A water tank behind the cabin fed into the sink and shower, but the owner warned it might freeze if temperatures dropped too low at night. Felt right. I spent the first few days doing exactly what I came for, nothing. I sat on the porch for hours. I went on slow walks through the woods. I took naps during the day, made simple meals at night. I listened to the wind. I watched squirrels. I read some old paperback books I brought. The quiet wasn't empty. It felt like something I had needed for a long time. By the fourth day, the weather changed. The sky turned gray and stayed that way. It didn't rain, but the cold got sharper. I started keeping a fire going in the wood stove constantly. The wind picked up. I liked it even more. Felt cleaner. That night, after it had gotten dark, I stepped out onto the porch to use the bathroom outside. I had been avoiding using the indoor toilet too much because I didn't want to refill the water tank more than I had to. The outside toilet was about 20 yards from the cabin, down a small trail lined with trees. The wind was loud, and I could hear leaves sliding across the porch behind me. When I came back up the steps, I noticed something strange near the edge of the porch. It was a boot print in the dirt. Just one. My boots were wide and flat with a worn tread. This one was narrow, sharp, deeper at the heel. It wasn't mine. It looked fresh. The wind might have exposed it, I thought, or maybe I had missed it before. I went inside and didn't think much of it. The next morning, I got up early, before the sun was up. I made coffee using the propane burner, poured it into an old metal mug, and stepped outside. It was colder than any morning so far. Frost coated the railing of the porch, and my breath came out in thick clouds. I stood there, looking out at the woods, watching the slow light spread through the trees. And then I saw something strange. In the brush about 20 feet from the cabin, something had been disturbed. I walked out to look. A small patch of pine needles and leaves had been cleared away. Not in a natural pattern, but like someone had swept them aside. Underneath was black dirt and some dry twigs that looked snapped. It was just a spot, maybe 2 feet wide. It wasn't an animal. Animals don't clear away leaves in neat shapes. I stood there for a while, just staring. It was nothing, probably. Someone might have come up here before me and left it like that. Or maybe it was an old fire pit. But I didn't see any ash or blackened wood. Still, I started locking the door from the inside every night. I hadn't bothered before. No one was out here, but it made me feel better. That evening, I went for a short walk before sunset. I took one of the logging trails behind the cabin, just a mile or so out and back. The trail was rough and overgrown. Halfway down it, I saw something that made my stomach tighten. It was a soda can, crushed, rusty, but not that old. It was pushed against the base of a tree, almost hidden in the weeds. Someone had been here not too long ago. I picked it up, looked at it. The label was faded, but I could still make out the brand. It wasn't a type I had brought with me. I dropped it and kept walking. But now my chest was tight again, like it had been back in the city. A pressure that came from nowhere. That night, I heard something outside. Around midnight, I had been lying in bed, wide awake. The wind had stopped completely, and the silence was so complete I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. Then the sound came, a creak, from the porch, then a pause, then another creak, like someone stepped on the wooden boards, slowly. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I waited. Nothing followed. No more sounds. No knock. No voice. Just silence again. I stayed like that for a long time, lying still in the dark. After an hour or more, I got up, tiptoed to the window, and looked out through a crack in the curtain. The moon was out, and it lit up the porch just enough. Nothing there. In the morning, I checked the porch. The frost was disturbed. 3 prints. The same kind of boot I saw before. Not mine. They led up to the porch, stopped at the door, then turned around. I started to feel it in my gut now. That heavy, cold feeling that doesn't come from the wind. I wasn't alone out here. I walked the area again during the day. I searched the edges of the woods, checked behind the cabin, even went down the hill a bit toward where the land dropped off into a rocky slope. I didn't find anyone. No tent, no camper, nothing obvious. But I felt like something was off, like the woods weren't empty the way they had felt before. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the living room with the lights off, fire low, watching the window. I held the hatchet I used for splitting kindling, just sat there watching. At about 2 a.m., I heard something again. This time, not on the porch. Came from the back of the cabin. A scratching sound. Not an animal. A deliberate kind of scrape. Then silence again. I didn't go outside. I waited until daylight. When I finally went out, I found more footprints behind the cabin. The dirt was disturbed under the bathroom window. Someone had been crouching there. I packed that morning. I filled my backpack with food and essentials, loaded my car. But before I left, I walked one more loop around the property. I don't know why. Part of me needed to know. I walked down a slope behind the cabin I hadn't gone far down before. It was thick with trees and brambles. After about 15 minutes, I found something I still think about every day. A small tent, half collapsed, brown, camouflaged, hidden behind a curtain of brush. Inside it was a sleeping bag, flattened, and a plastic crate with food wrappers, empty cans, crackers, a notebook. I didn't touch anything except the notebook. I flipped through it. Most pages were empty, but near the middle, in tight, slanted writing, there were notes, times, dates, descriptions. Lights out 9:47 p.m. Came out to porch 7:10 a.m. Left cabin for walk 3 p.m. Returned 4:26 p.m. Sat on porch 11:15 a.m. Did not see me. There were more like that. Pages of it. Someone had been watching me. For how long, I didn't know. I dropped the notebook and ran back up the slope. I got into my car and left. I didn't even lock the cabin behind me. I didn't call the police. I don't know why. I just wanted to be gone. Back in the world of lights and traffic and voices. I drove the entire day without stopping. My hands gripped the wheel the whole time. I didn't sleep that night either. That was 6 months ago. I haven't gone back. I didn't tell the owner. I didn't tell my friends. It's hard to explain to people something that didn't technically happen. Nothing happened, but it was enough. Now I live back in the city. Sometimes I miss the quiet, but I know better now. Not all silence means peace. Sometimes it just means someone else is listening. And that's what I can't stop thinking about. How long they were out there, how close they got, why they never. I went to the cabin to be alone for a while. Things had gotten too loud in the city. My head felt like it had been full for months. I hadn't slept well in weeks. I had started getting these headaches in the middle of the night, and I would just lie there in the dark, eyes wide open, waiting for the alarm. I didn't know what I wanted exactly, but I knew I needed space. Something quieter. Something without people and noise and constant screens. So when I found that old cabin listing online, I didn't think twice. It was small, off the grid, and in the middle of nowhere. An older man was renting it out cheap. No Wi-Fi, no phone signal, just a propane stove, a wood stove for heat, a cot, a table, a few dishes. He warned me there was no road to it. You had to hike in about a mile from a pull-off on the logging road. That didn't bother me. It actually sounded perfect. Peace and quiet. Just trees and birds and the sound of the wind. I packed simple. A backpack with some dry food, a few changes of clothes, a flashlight, a first aid kit, and my knife. I took a folding saw too, since I knew I'd be cutting firewood. It was early October. Not too cold yet, but you could feel it changing fast. I figured I'd stay a week, maybe 10 days, long enough to clear my head. I drove up in the early morning. The highway gave way to back roads, which turned into dirt tracks. Finally, I reached the pull-off the man had described. There was a small faded sign on a tree, just a carved C and an arrow. I parked, got my pack out, locked the doors, and started walking. The trail wasn't hard to follow, even though it hadn't been cleared recently. I saw a few old footprints in the dirt, probably from the owner himself. The trees were thick and tall, mostly pine and birch. A lot of dead needles on the ground made it feel soft under my boots. The air smelled clean with just a bit of frost in it. Birds chirped somewhere high above, but mostly it was quiet. I hadn't realized how much I missed silence until I felt it there, all around me. It took me about 20 minutes to reach the cabin. It was just like in the pictures. Small, weathered, with a little sloped roof and a stone chimney. There was a woodpile stacked up neatly against the side, and a metal barrel for rainwater runoff. The windows were small and dusty, the kind with old glass that ripples a little. The door creaked when I opened it, and inside it smelled like dry wood and old smoke. Not in a bad way, just lived in. The first day, I mostly settled in. I unpacked, swept the floor, and stacked some kindling by the stove. I walked down to the creek that ran behind the cabin and filled a pot with water to boil later. There were signs of deer around, prints and droppings, but no people. Felt good. I started to feel like I could breathe again. The nights came fast up there. Around 6:30, it was already getting dark. I lit a lantern and sat at the table, just staring into the flame. I didn't miss my phone. I didn't miss news or messages or people talking. I just sat in the quiet, listening to the fire crackle. I slept better that night than I had in months. The second day, I walked further out. There was an old logging trail that branched off to the north. I followed it for a while, maybe a mile, just enjoying the feeling of moving through the trees. I saw a rabbit dart across the path, and a red squirrel watched me from a branch. Everything felt calm. But on the way back, something strange happened. As I was nearing the cabin again, I saw a figure standing at the edge of the tree line. I stopped walking. He was just standing there, far enough that I couldn't see details. Just a man-shaped figure, facing my direction. He didn't move. I didn't move either. For maybe 15 seconds, we stood like that. I started to feel something heavy in my chest. I didn't know why. Then I blinked, and he was gone. At first, I thought maybe I imagined it. Shadows do weird things between trees, but it hadn't felt like a shadow. I looked for movement, listened for footsteps. Nothing. Just the wind. I kept walking faster now. I checked behind me twice. Still nothing. That night, I locked the door. I know how silly that sounds out in the woods, but I did it anyway. The cabin had one of those heavy latches that you could slide across. I put a chair under the doorknob too, just in case. I didn't sleep as well. My mind kept playing tricks on me. Every creak in the woods sounded louder than usual. I thought I heard something outside around 3 in the morning, a kind of soft crunching, like someone walking slowly on pine needles. But when I got up and looked through the window, I saw nothing. The next day, I tried to shake it off. I told myself it was probably another hiker or hunter who had wandered through. Maybe they saw me and got nervous and left. People can be jumpy in the woods. I went back to the trail again, but this time only a short walk. I kept turning around to look behind me. I hated that feeling, like someone might be watching. Around mid-afternoon, I heard something from the other side of the cabin, a sound like wood snapping. I went outside, knife in hand. Nothing. I walked around the cabin slowly. No tracks, but near the back corner, I saw something that hadn't been there before. A mark. On the tree closest to the cabin, someone had carved a straight line. Just one. Clean. Deep. Like it was made with a knife. I stared at it for a long time. Then I looked at the trees beyond it. I saw another line, carved into another trunk maybe 20 feet away. Then another further still. It was a trail. Someone had marked a trail straight toward the cabin. I followed the lines back into the woods maybe 100 feet. That's when I saw the footprints. Just one set. Big boots. Not mine. Going one direction toward the cabin. I turned back fast. I kept looking over my shoulder. When I got inside, I lit the lantern early even though it was still light out. I stayed inside that whole evening. Around midnight, I heard something again. It was slow, careful. Footsteps outside, just past the front porch. Then a long pause. Then the sound of someone pressing down on the porch step. My breathing got shallow. I stood in the corner of the cabin with my knife, waiting. Then silence. I stayed there for an hour. I didn't sleep at all that night. By morning, I was ready to leave. I didn't care how peaceful it was supposed to be. Something was wrong. I packed quickly. I filled my water bottle and checked the path out. When I opened the door to leave, I saw something on the ground. A rock, not unusual on its own, but this one was shaped oddly flat, and there was something scratched into the surface. Another line, just like the ones carved into the trees. I left it there and started walking, but the trail looked different now. Subtle things, sticks broken in patterns, rocks arranged slightly off-center. I hadn't noticed it before, but someone had been moving things, creating small signals. I realized I had no idea how long it had been going on. I walked fast. I kept looking back. I kept gripping my knife. About halfway down the trail, I stopped dead. The same man from before was standing by a tree. Closer this time. I could see him better. He was wearing dark clothes, maybe brown or gray. A jacket. His hair was long and unkempt. He wasn't moving, just watching. I didn't say anything. I didn't run. I just kept walking. I didn't take my eyes off him until the trail curved and he disappeared behind the trees. I made it back to the car. But when I got there, I saw that someone had tried to open it. The driver's side door had fresh scratches near the handle, like someone tried a key that didn't fit. I got in, locked the doors, and started the engine. I didn't look back as I drove away. I didn't tell anyone at first. Not because I thought they wouldn't believe me. I just didn't know what to say. There was no real crime. Nothing happened, technically, but the feeling stuck with me, like I had gotten too close to something I wasn't supposed to see. 2 weeks later, I got a call from the owner of the cabin. He told me the cabin was no longer available for rent. He said someone had broken in after I left. They smashed the door, ripped the mattress, and carved strange patterns into the walls. He didn't want to report it to the police. He said he was just going to board it up for good. I asked him if anyone else had ever reported seeing a man near the property. He paused, then just said, "You're not the first. That was the last time I went into the woods alone." Started as a short break from work. I had been working long hours at a furniture warehouse, loading and unloading trucks, pushing carts, moving pallets, and dealing with nonstop noise and pressure. I was drained every night and barely slept. The city felt like it was pressing down on me. The noise, the honking, the heat from the streets, and people everywhere. It all just wore me out. I needed a break, a real break, not just sleeping in on a Sunday or sitting on my porch for a few hours, but a full disconnect from everything. A friend of mine had told me once about an old family cabin his dad used to rent out in northern Idaho. Secluded, basic, right next to a lake, surrounded by forest, no cell service, no internet, no neighbors in sight, just a wood cabin in the middle of nowhere. I had written the place down in my notes over a year ago, and now it seemed like the right time to go. I called the owner, and he told me it was still available for a cheap price since most people didn't like going that deep into the woods alone. That made it perfect for me. I packed everything I thought I'd need. Food for 10 days, water jugs, tools, an old shotgun just in case I ran into any wildlife, fishing gear, a hatchet, tarp, boots, thick jackets, duct tape, some first aid stuff, and a backpack with extra clothes. I also took a solar-powered lantern and a few books I'd been meaning to read. I wanted to cut myself off from everything and just sit in silence for a week or two. That was the plan. The drive up was quiet and long. After a few hours on paved roads, I turned onto a rough dirt trail that kept going for miles. Trees pressed in on both sides, and the road got worse the deeper I drove. Eventually, I passed a rusted sign that just said, "Silver Pine," nailed into a tree, and I knew I was close. Another half mile, and I pulled up to the cabin. It looked exactly like I imagined. Small, square, dark brown wood exterior, with a narrow porch running along the front. It had one chimney on the side, no power lines, and two dusty windows on the front wall. The lake was just beyond the trees behind it. I could see the sunlight hitting the water through the gaps in the trees. I shut off the truck, got out, and just stood there. There was no sound. None. No wind, no birds, no cars, nothing. Just the smell of pine and dirt and the sight of tall trees in every direction. For the first time in years, I felt like I could actually breathe. The inside of the cabin was bare but clean. One small room with a table, two chairs, a bed pushed against the far wall, and a counter with some drawers. There was a small stove in the corner that ran on propane. A few pans hung on the wall. I found the key under a rock beside the steps like the owner told me. The door creaked open, and I walked inside. The air smelled like old wood and dust, but not in a bad way. After unloading my stuff and storing food in the cooler, I walked down a narrow path behind the cabin to the lake. It was maybe 2 minutes away. The trees opened up to a small patch of open ground sloping gently to the shore. The lake was wide, smooth, and quiet. No boats, no docks, just calm water. I set up a folding chair and sat there for a long time. I didn't even realize how much time passed until the light started to change. That first night I slept hard. No dreams, no interruptions. I woke up the next morning to the sound of light wind through the trees. I spent the day walking around the area, fishing a little, eating cold food straight from cans, chopping a few logs, and just breathing in the silence. I didn't look at a screen. I didn't speak a word. It was like I was outside of the world. The second day was the same, calm, still. I sat in front of the fire I made in the stove and read one of the books I brought. I went to the lake again. There wasn't even a ripple on the surface. But on the third night, something shifted. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling in the dark. The fire had gone out a while back. I had cracked one of the front windows just a bit for some air, but it was still stuffy inside. I had started to drift off when I heard something outside. It wasn't loud, just a sound I hadn't heard before. First, I thought it was a branch falling, but then it came again. A low crunch, like footsteps, not fast, not rushing, just slow, soft, but steady. Crunch, pause, crunch, like someone walking on dry leaves or twigs. I didn't move. I kept staring at the ceiling. My ears were sharp now. The sound kept coming from somewhere near the front of the cabin. It stopped. I waited. I didn't move, didn't even blink. I stared straight up and listened. Nothing. Just silence again. After a while, I told myself it was probably a deer or maybe a raccoon. The woods are full of things like that. Maybe it was an animal walking through the yard. I eventually fell back asleep. But the next morning, when I stepped out onto the porch, I saw footprints. They weren't from a deer or an animal. They were from boots. Real boots. Human boots. They were faint in some places, deeper in others, going from the trees up to the front porch, then stopping just before the steps. They didn't come from the path either. They came from the forest line, straight from the woods. And they didn't go back. That was the strangest part. There were no return prints. Just a trail coming in, like someone had walked right up to the cabin, stopped, then vanished. I stood there staring at them for a long time. I tried to come up with a reason. Maybe they were old. Maybe some hunter or hiker had passed through before I got there. But they looked fresh. The edges were sharp. The prints looked newer than the wind and weather would allow. That entire day, I couldn't stop thinking about them. I walked around the cabin twice, checked the back door, looked through the windows. Nothing was moved, nothing was taken, but I still felt watched. That night, I didn't sleep well. I left the lantern on. I kept the shotgun near my bed. Around midnight, I heard the footsteps again. This time, slower, closer. I didn't move. I stayed under the blanket, heart pounding. The sound stopped again at the same spot, right outside the porch. I never saw anyone, never heard running or retreating, just the slow steps, then silence. The next morning, I found no new prints. It was like they didn't even walk away. I should have packed up then and left. I thought about it too. but I had come out here to get away, to clear my head. I didn't want to run just because something weird happened. I told myself I was just imagining things, that I was being jumpy because of how quiet everything was. That kind of silence can make your brain look for noise. That's what I thought. The next few days were more of the same. Every night, slow footsteps came from the woods. Never rushed, never loud, just soft, slow, steady crunching, always stopping in the same place. By the 6th night, I was barely sleeping. I stayed up, lantern off, shotgun on my lap. I didn't go out. I didn't move. I just waited. And then I saw him. He was standing at the tree line, far enough to be a shadow, close enough to make out the shape. A man, just standing there, not moving. No light, no noise, just standing. He didn't approach. He didn't walk off. He stood there for almost half an hour. I watched him through the window, barely breathing. At some point I blinked, and when I looked again, he was gone. The next day I walked out to the tree line. There were no prints, no broken branches, nothing, just forest. I felt something shift in me after that, like I had crossed into some invisible space where things don't make sense anymore. I didn't know who he was, what he wanted, or why he came every night, but he kept coming, always just to the edge, always just out of reach. On the 7th night, something changed. This time, the footsteps didn't stop at the porch. I heard them on the steps, one at a time, creaking, slowly, closer. Then I heard the wood on the porch groan. He was right outside the door. I sat there, frozen, holding the shotgun. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. He stood out there for what felt like an hour. I thought I'd hear him knock or try the handle, but he didn't, just stood there. Then I heard the sound of something being placed down. And then he left. I heard the steps creak again. Then silence. At sunrise, I opened the door. There was a photo. It was old and faded, curled at the edges. A photo of the cabin. From years ago, there was a man standing on the porch. His face was blurred by time, but he was wearing boots. I turned the photo over. Nothing written on the back. I didn't go back inside. I packed everything in less than 20 minutes and threw it all into the truck. I didn't care about leaving stuff behind. I didn't care if I never came back. I started the truck and drove until I hit pavement, then kept driving. I didn't stop for gas until I hit a town. I didn't talk to anyone. I didn't report anything. I didn't tell anyone about the photo. When I got back to the city, I quit my job a week later. I moved in with my brother on the other side of the state. I never told him what happened. I still don't sleep well. Sometimes, when it gets quiet enough, I think I can hear the slow I had been working in the city for most of my life. Every day was the same. Wake up, take the bus, sit behind a desk, and stare at a screen until my eyes burned. It wasn't a bad job, but it wasn't living either. A few months ago, I started feeling like everything was closing in on me. The walls at home, the noise outside, the crowded sidewalks. Everything was too loud and too close. I needed space. I needed silence. I needed to be alone. One night, after too many cups of coffee and not enough sleep, I opened my laptop and started searching for remote cabins to rent. I wasn't looking for anything fancy, just a small place surrounded by trees, far from other people. Eventually, I found it, a simple wooden cabin in the northern woods. It had no Wi-Fi, no TV, and the nearest town was 30 miles away. It looked like it hadn't been touched in years. That's what sold me. I booked it for 2 weeks straight. I took some time off work, packed up the essentials: canned food, bottled water, a portable stove, a basic toolkit, a flashlight, batteries, and a few books. I didn't need much, just peace. The drive up took 6 hours. The roads were fine for the first half, but then they turned to gravel. My car shook with every bump. I passed long stretches of empty forest, no buildings, no people. Eventually, the trees grew thicker and the light dimmer. My phone signal disappeared. That's when I knew I was getting close. When I finally reached the cabin, it looked just like the pictures, maybe a bit older. It was a small, single-story wooden structure with a front porch and a tin roof. The wood was gray from weathering, the steps were slightly crooked, and one of the window shutters hung loose. But it stood strong. There was a small woodshed out back, half covered in ivy. The forest surrounded the cabin in every direction. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The air was stale but not terrible. There was a single bed in one corner, a wooden table, a couple of chairs, a fireplace with a metal grate, and some shelves stocked with dry firewood. The windows were dusty but unbroken. It was just one open room, no doors except for the front one, and a tiny bathroom in the corner that had a composting toilet. No running water. I'd have to use the jugs I brought for washing and drinking. I spent the first couple of hours settling in, checking the place for leaks, opening windows to air it out, and sweeping the floor. Everything seemed fine. It was quiet, so quiet that even my own footsteps sounded too loud. The silence felt heavy, but I liked it. The first few days were calm. I woke up with the sun, made instant coffee, sat on the porch, and listened to the wind moving through the trees. I read for hours, took short walks into the woods, cooked simple meals, and kept track of time with a small wind-up watch. I didn't see another person the whole time. The air was fresh, the nights were cold, and the silence started to feel normal, even comforting. On the fourth day, I went for a longer walk. I followed an old trail behind the cabin, marked by a few wooden stakes sticking out of the ground. The path was overgrown but still walkable. It twisted through the trees and dipped into a small valley. I walked for about an hour before turning back. That's when I noticed something strange. A set of fresh boot prints crossed the trail. They were deep and wide, clearly made by someone heavy. The treads didn't match mine. They were newer, sharper. I stopped and looked around. The forest was quiet, but I felt something then, like a static charge in the air. The prints weren't there when I came down the trail, and no one could have walked past me without me seeing them. Someone had crossed behind me, maybe just minutes earlier. I followed the prints for a bit. They went off trail and disappeared into thicker brush. I stood there for a while, listening. Nothing moved. I felt uneasy, but I didn't want to panic. Could have been a hunter. That made sense. There were no signs banning hunting in the area, and maybe someone else had access to the land. I went back to the cabin and tried to ignore it. That night, I locked the front door for the first time since I arrived. The next morning, I checked around the cabin before breakfast. Everything looked normal except for a mark on the woodshed. At first I thought it was just a scratch, but it wasn't. It was a straight line, clean and deep, like it had been made with a knife. It didn't look accidental. I kept staring at it. Then I looked up and noticed something else. An old trail camera strapped high up on one of the trees facing the cabin. I hadn't seen it before. The lens was cracked and the battery compartment was open. Dead. I had no idea how long it had been there, but I didn't like that someone had been filming this place. I spent the rest of the day feeling watched. Every time the wind rustled the trees, I jerked my head toward it. Every squirrel or bird startled me. I didn't go for a walk that day. I stayed close, carrying a hatchet from the woodshed even though I'd never used one before. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept hearing things. Twigs snapping, leaves crunching. I told myself it was animals. But around 2 or 3 in the morning, I heard something different. A low metallic sound, like someone brushing against the side of the cabin. Then a soft thud. I stayed completely still, breathing shallow. The sound didn't come back. I waited until sunrise before moving. When I finally stepped outside, I saw new footprints near the front steps. The same heavy boots. They led up to the cabin, then away into the woods. No knock, no attempt to open the door, just standing there. Watching, maybe. I should have left then. I knew that, but something kept me there. Maybe it was pride. Maybe I didn't want to admit I'd made a mistake. I told myself I'd stay one more night. I even wrote it down in my notebook so I wouldn't change my mind. That evening, I made a small fire in the fireplace, trying to keep calm. I moved one of the chairs so I could sit with my back to the wall. I kept the hatchet on the floor beside me. I didn't read. I just listened. It was silent again. No birds, no wind, nothing. At some point after midnight, I heard footsteps on the porch, slow and heavy, then a soft creak. someone pressing weight on the wooden steps. I held my breath. The steps stopped right outside the door. Then silence. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. The door didn't open, but I could hear breathing, slow and steady just on the other side. I waited for what felt like hours. Eventually, the breathing stopped and the steps moved away. In the morning, I packed everything. I didn't even eat. I just loaded the car and started driving. I didn't look back, but the road was blocked. A massive pine tree had fallen across the gravel path. Fresh break. The wood was still bright and sappy. No storm had come through. It looked cut, too clean to be from wind or rot. Someone had put it there. Couldn't move it alone. It was too heavy, and I had no chainsaw or winch. I reversed the car and went back to the cabin. I spent the next 3 hours walking different paths, trying to find a way around. The forest was thick. No roads, no signs. I got lost once and had to backtrack using my footprints. I knew then I had no choice but to wait until someone came, or until I could figure out another plan. That night was the worst. I barely slept. I kept the lights off. I blocked the door with the table and tied a pan to the doorknob with string as a makeshift alarm. Every small sound sent me into panic. Around 1 a.m., I heard movement again, this time at the back of the cabin. Then a scraping sound, metal on wood. I got up, slowly holding the hatchet. I didn't go outside. I just waited, pressing my back to the wall. Then something hit the window. Not hard, just enough to make it shake. I didn't move. At sunrise, I finally opened the door and walked around. The back of the cabin had fresh marks, slashes in the wood, like someone had dragged a blade along it. The woodshed door was open. One of the axes was missing. I went back inside and sat on the floor. I didn't eat. I didn't move. My body shook from fear and exhaustion. That day, I decided to make a break for it. I packed a bag with only what I needed: water, food, flashlight, the map. I left the rest. I planned to walk down the road past the tree and keep going until I found help or signal. I didn't care how far. I waited until noon. I thought it was safer in daylight. Just as I stepped out, I saw him. A man standing at the tree line, maybe 50 feet away, dressed in a brown jacket, heavy boots, face partly hidden by a hood. He wasn't moving, just watching. I froze. We stood there for maybe 30 seconds. Then he turned and disappeared into the trees. I didn't run. I walked as fast as I could, never looking back. I passed the fallen tree and kept going. Hours passed. My legs burned. I was out of water. Still no signal. Late in the afternoon, I finally reached a ranger station. It was old and empty, but it had a radio. I called for help. Eventually, a ranger showed up. I didn't tell him everything. I never really liked cities. I always felt like everything there was too fast, too loud, too full. When I was younger, I'd lie in bed at night with the sound of traffic creeping through the window, headlights flashing through the curtains, and I used to imagine being far away, somewhere quiet, somewhere empty. I never thought I'd get that chance, not for real. A friend of mine had a cousin with a cabin. It was deep in the northern part of the country, far up in the woods past a small town nobody seemed to care about. The cousin lived in Florida now and didn't use the place anymore, but the cabin was still standing, still stocked with firewood, and had a working generator. My friend knew I was struggling to focus on my writing and suggested it. Perfect for isolation, he said. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal, just you and the woods. It sounded like exactly what I needed. I packed my bags with what I thought would be enough for a month. Food, clothes, batteries, notebooks, and my laptop. The plan was simple. I'd finished the draft I had been stuck on for over a year. Something about being out there, where the world couldn't bother me, felt like it would unlock something in my head. I left in early January, right after New Year's. Snow had already started falling the week before. The drive up was long, cold, and quiet. I passed through small towns that looked like they hadn't changed in 50 years. The gas stations were half-shuttered, and most of the roads were unplowed. I had to drive carefully the farther north I got. The trees became thicker, taller, more endless. After a while, The last gas station faded in the rearview mirror, and I was alone in white. I reached the cabin in the early evening. It looked just like the photo my friend had sent me. A single-story wooden structure with a stone chimney, a small porch, and a metal roof sagging a little from age. It sat in a clearing surrounded by tall pines. The snow on the roof looked untouched. There were no other cabins nearby, none that I could see or drive to. Just the woods and this little place that time forgot. Inside, it was simple. One main room with a wood stove, a couch, a small table, and a writing desk. To the left was a small bedroom with a single bed and a closet. The kitchen was dated but usable. There was an old propane stove, a sink with a pump, and shelves of canned food left behind by the owner. The generator was in a shed out back, big and rusty but still working. It gave me lights, limited heating, and a bit of power for my laptop. The first few days were exactly what I hoped for. I set up a routine. Wake up early, make breakfast, write until noon, eat again, then hike the nearby trails in the snow until sundown. I had brought snow boots, thermal clothes, gloves, everything I needed. The cold never bothered me too much anyway. At night, I'd sit by the fire with my laptop and try to squeeze out as many words as I could. The isolation helped. No pings, no distractions, just the quiet pop of firewood and the occasional wind through the trees. I felt like I was finally doing what I was meant to do. But by the second week, little things started to change. It started with the generator. One morning I woke up and the power was out. No lights, no heat, nothing. I figured maybe it had run out of fuel, but when I went out to check, the fuel tank was still half full. The machine looked fine, no signs of damage, no loose wires. I pulled the cord to restart it, and after a few coughs and stutters, it came back on. I didn't think much of it at first. Machines act up in the cold. I chalked it up to that and went on with my day. But over the next few days, it kept happening. First every other morning, then every night. Each time I'd have to go outside, usually in the snow, and restart it manually. Sometimes it took 2 or 3 tries. The cold was getting deeper too. Temperatures were dipping below minus 20 degrees Celsius at night. I had enough firewood to last, but I relied on the generator for light and basic heat in the kitchen. It started to feel like a fight, like I had to keep the place alive. Then came the noises. At night, I'd sometimes hear things outside. At first, I figured it was just snow falling from branches or ice cracking. But once, around 3 a.m., I was lying awake when I heard a sharp sound against the wall behind the bed, like something hit it. Not hard, but deliberate. It wasn't random either. Came again a few seconds later. Then silence. I froze. I stayed in bed, eyes open, ears straining in the dark. I didn't move for almost 10 minutes. Nothing else came. No footsteps, no rustling, just the wind. I told myself it was a branch from a nearby tree, maybe weighed down by snow. But in the morning, I went outside and checked. There were no trees close enough to the wall to hit it. I looked around the snow, but the wind had blown most of it clean. No tracks, nothing out of place. That day, I didn't write. I kept looking out the window every few minutes, scanning the trees. I felt a little silly. It was probably just wildlife. A squirrel, maybe a fox. Still, I didn't sleep well that night. On the 15th day, I went for one of my usual walks through the woods. It was overcast with a light wind moving the tops of the trees. I followed a narrow trail I had made during the first week. It led to a small hill that overlooked the valley. I used to stop there, sit on a flat rock, and rest before heading back. But that day, when I reached the rock, I saw something strange. There were footprints in the snow, fresh ones, too big for an animal. Boot prints. They came from the opposite direction of my trail, out of the thick trees, and stopped right near the rock. Then they turned back the way they came, disappearing into the woods. I stood there staring at them for a long time. My first thought was that someone else was hiking the area, maybe a hunter or a local. But there were no roads, no cabins, no reason for anyone to be out here, especially in the dead of winter. I hadn't seen another soul since I arrived. I followed the prints a few steps into the woods but stopped when I realized how easy it would be to get turned around. I didn't have a GPS. just a paper map and the trail I made. I went back to the cabin early that day. That night, the generator shut off again. I went outside with my flashlight, boots crunching through the snow, breath hanging thick in front of me. The shed looked normal. I opened the door and pulled the starter. Nothing. I tried again. The engine coughed but didn't catch. The third time, nothing. I checked the tank again. Still fuel inside. I looked over the wires. Then I noticed something I hadn't seen before. The main wire connecting the generator to the cabin was cut. Cleanly. Not chewed, not frayed, cut. Someone had been here. I backed away from the shed slowly, flashlight trembling in my hand. I turned it toward the trees, scanning the shadows. Nothing. Just snow and black trunks. I went back inside, locked the door, and shoved a chair under the handle. I lit candles and fed the fire until it roared. I kept the flashlight close. I didn't sleep at all. In the morning, I went outside again and looked around the perimeter. I found more footprints. These ones circled the cabin. Someone had walked all the way around it. They were close to the windows, especially the back one near the desk. They didn't break in. They didn't leave anything. Just watched. I wanted to leave. I really did. But the road leading to the cabin was long and barely passable. My car was parked near the base of the hill, close to the tree line. I had made the last stretch on foot because the road was too icy. Leaving meant hiking through snow for over an hour, then driving over slippery roads without chains. Still, I packed a bag that morning just in case. I kept the axe near the door. That afternoon, I stayed inside. I didn't write. I didn't eat much. I just sat by the fire, waiting. That night, I heard the steps, crunching in the snow, slow, coming from the left side of the cabin. I turned off the lights and crouched near the window. I peeked through a crack in the curtain. A figure. I couldn't see their face. They were wearing a dark coat and boots. No flashlight, no tools, just standing there facing the cabin. Maybe 20 feet away. They didn't move for a long time, just stared. Then they slowly walked toward the back. I ran to the rear window. They were gone. I grabbed my flashlight and pointed it through the glass. Still nothing. I stayed up all night again. In the morning, I opened the back door and saw new prints, leading away into the trees. That was the day I decided I was done. I packed what I could, loaded my bag, and left. The hike back to the car was tense. I kept looking behind me, scanning the trees. Every crack or shift in the snow made my heart jump. When I reached the car, it was fine. No damage, no signs of tampering. I started it and drove. The tires slipped a little, but I kept moving. It took over 4 hours to get to the nearest town. I stayed at a cheap motel that night. Hot water, TV, noise, it felt like heaven. I never went back to the cabin. I told my friend about what happened. He didn't say much, just nodded slowly. A few weeks later, he told me the cousin sold. I had been working nonstop for the past 4 years. Ever since I started freelancing full-time, the line between weekdays and weekends disappeared. I was always online, always answering emails, always trying to chase the next project. I lived in a small apartment in a crowded city, with constant noise outside, sirens, honking cars, people yelling. There were nights I couldn't even sleep properly. I kept thinking about deadlines, invoices, edits. I felt like I was stuck in a never-ending loop of stress and screen time. One day, after pulling 3 all-nighters in a week and missing meals without even realizing it, I felt a sudden shortness of breath. My chest tightened, and I had to sit on the floor, sweating, trying to calm myself down. I knew I had to take a break, a real one. I didn't want to go to a resort or hotel where there were people around. I wanted to be completely alone, somewhere far, away from traffic, away from screens, away from noise. After scrolling through listings, I found a cabin for rent deep in a forested area, a little over 2 hours outside the city. It had no Wi-Fi, no cable, barely any cell reception, and it was surrounded by tall pine trees. The pictures showed a simple wooden structure with a front porch, a small kitchen, 1 bedroom, a wood stove, and a bathroom with a tank toilet. The reviews were all from people saying they went there to reset their minds. It was exactly what I needed. I booked it for a full week. I packed simple food, canned stuff, dry goods, some fresh vegetables, and a cooler with frozen meat. I brought paper books instead of my Kindle. I didn't bring my laptop. I told everyone I'd be offline, and I turned off all notifications on my phone. The morning I left, I felt a weird mixture of nerves and relief. I hadn't disconnected like this in years. The drive was nice. After about an hour and a half on the highway, the road turned to gravel. Then the GPS lost its signal. I followed the last directions I'd memorized and eventually reached a narrow trail with a hand-painted wooden sign pointing toward the cabin. I parked at the end of the trail and carried my stuff the rest of the way in one heavy trip. The cabin was small but clean. There was a faint scent of wood smoke inside, maybe from the last person who stayed. I opened the windows, unpacked, put the food in the small propane-powered fridge, and sat on the porch to breathe for a while. The forest around me was thick and still. The only sounds were birds, insects, and wind. Felt like I could finally think. The first 2 days were calm. I spent time reading, going on short hikes, cooking simple meals, and just watching the trees sway. I didn't even miss my phone. At night, I lit candles, sat by the wood stove, and listened to the crackling fire. I slept better than I had in months. But on the third night, something changed. It started with a strange feeling around dusk. I was sitting on the porch again, watching the light fade between the trees. The forest was always a little eerie after the sun went down. But that evening, it felt different. It wasn't anything I could explain, just a shift, like something out there had noticed me. I brushed it off and went inside to cook dinner. I made some beans and rice with sliced sausage in a pot on the gas stove. I ate while listening to the wind pushing against the cabin walls. It picked up around 9 p.m., and I heard branches scraping against the roof. I thought about how isolated I was, how far the nearest house might be, and how quiet the forest could get when there were no animals moving. Before going to bed, I stepped outside to use the outhouse, since I didn't want to fill the tank toilet too fast. I had my flashlight and the beam was strong, but the woods swallowed most of the light. When I stood outside afterward, just for a minute, I had the strongest urge to turn around and run back inside. I didn't see anything, but I felt watched. I locked the door behind me and tried to sleep, but it took longer than usual. I kept hearing soft cracks in the trees, nothing unusual in a forest, but this time they seemed too close, like someone was walking slowly in a wide circle around the cabin. I told myself it was a deer or maybe a raccoon. I eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I went outside early and walked the area around the cabin, looking for tracks. I didn't find anything unusual, just some old boot prints, probably mine, and smaller prints from animals. I made coffee, read a bit, and decided to take a longer walk into the woods to clear my head. I followed a trail behind the cabin that sloped downhill. It led to a small stream that wasn't mentioned in the listing. I sat by the water for a while, enjoying the sound. I saw a squirrel on a log across the stream, and a few birds flew overhead. It was peaceful, but when I walked back to the cabin, I noticed something strange. There was a fresh mark on one of the trees near the back of the cabin, a long, vertical slash through the bark at shoulder height. It wasn't there when I'd walked past earlier. I would have noticed. The bark was still moist where it had been scraped away, and there were thin curls of it on the ground. It looked like someone had used a knife or hatchet. I stood there staring at it for a while, trying to come up with a reason someone would be carving a tree this close to my cabin. I didn't have a knife that big. I hadn't seen anyone. The road was far, and there was no car parked anywhere near. But someone had been close enough to mark that tree while I was out. That night, I didn't go outside after sunset. I ate early, locked the door, and kept the flashlight next to my sleeping bag. I left the stove cold, just in case the smoke attracted attention. I lay in bed fully clothed and stayed awake longer than I wanted to. Around 1 a.m., I heard a low noise. It was a dry twig snapping just once. Then silence. I sat up and strained to listen. Nothing. Then I heard another snap, slower, heavier. It wasn't an animal. I've heard deer and raccoons before. They move fast and light. This was slower, person's pace. I stayed perfectly still for a long time. Then I heard breathing. I swear I did. It was faint, like someone just outside the cabin was standing still and breathing hard through their nose. But it didn't last long. After maybe 30 seconds, the sound faded. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. The next morning, I opened the door slowly and looked around before stepping outside. Everything looked normal, but then I noticed something that made my stomach sink. On the edge of the woods, in the soft dirt near the trees, there was a boot print. A large one. It wasn't mine. I wear size 9. This was at least a 12, maybe 13. Deep tread, wide heel, pointed directly toward the cabin. And there was only one print. Whoever made it had been standing still, facing me. I backed up, locked the door again, and started packing my things. But after 30 minutes, I sat back down. I didn't want to leave, not because I wasn't scared, but because I felt like if I left, I'd never get this chance again. I told myself it might be a hiker, someone passing through. I just happened to be here. The woods were open to everyone. The cabin wasn't fenced. I tried to think logically. Maybe the boot print was old. Maybe I just missed it before. I stayed one more night. That was a mistake. Around 10 p.m., I heard a soft knock on the cabin wall. Not the door. The wall. Came once. Then again on the opposite side. Like someone was slowly circling the cabin, tapping. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I sat there on the bed, heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The knocks kept happening, slow, random taps from different sides of the cabin, always a few minutes apart. Never rushed, never loud, just deliberate. At one point, I heard what sounded like someone dragging their fingers along the wall. It lasted about 2 hours. Then it stopped. I didn't sleep at all. At first light, I stepped outside with my flashlight still on. I did a wide circle around the cabin. That's when I saw the second tree. This time, the slash wasn't alone. There were 3 parallel cuts, right at head level, just a few feet from the cabin's back window. Like claw marks, but not from an animal. They were too straight, too clean. I packed everything. When I went to grab the cooler from the porch, I noticed it had been opened. The latch was loose. Inside, the meat I brought was gone. Everything else was untouched. I left the cooler behind. I left fast. I didn't care about the deposit or the last 2 days I paid for. I walked the trail back to the car quickly, constantly turning around. I had the keys in my hand before I reached the driver's door. When I got in and locked the doors, I took one last look at the tree line. Someone was there. I didn't see a face, but I saw movement. A tall figure partly hidden between the trunks. Still, watching, the exact same way I had felt watched before. I started the car and drove. I didn't stop until I was back on the highway. I didn't stop until I saw other cars, other people. I pulled into a gas station and sat there for almost an hour, just breathing. I told myself I'd report it, but what could I say? Someone might have watched me in the woods? I didn't really plan to stay up in that cabin more than a week. The whole idea was to disconnect, slow things down, and just be alone for a while. My job was eating me alive, calls, meetings, emails, then more emails. I wasn't sleeping right. I was snapping at people. I needed out. So when a friend of mine told me about an old hunting cabin his uncle used to own up in the northern woods, I jumped at it. I packed clothes, supplies, enough food to last 10 days, and drove out alone. I even turned off my phone halfway through the drive just to keep myself from turning back. It was mid-October, so the woods were full of color. Reds, yellows, even deep purple leaves floating across the road as I drove up the narrowing dirt path toward the cabin. It was buried deep, miles off the main road. I had to pass a rusted-out gate and an old faded sign nailed to a tree that read, "Private, no hunting." The path got tighter the farther I went, overgrown branches scratching at my windows. I had to go real slow. There was no cell signal out there, no radio stations either, just the sound of the wind and the tires crunching on dirt and leaves. When I finally saw the cabin, it looked older than I expected. Logs darkened with time, a tin roof with moss on it, a porch that sagged a bit on one side, but it was solid. It had a thick front door with a padlock, and inside there was a single main room with a small kitchen, a fold-out cot, a table, 2 chairs, and a wood-burning stove. There was a hand pump outside for water and an outhouse about 20 yards behind the cabin, down a short trail into the trees. It wasn't fancy. That was the point. I dropped my backpack, set up the cot with my sleeping bag, and cracked open a can of chili. After eating, I chopped some firewood for later and spent the rest of the evening watching the sun go down through the trees. That night, it got colder than I expected. I had to use 2 blankets. I could hear coyotes far off, but nothing close. That first night was quiet. Still, the kind of stillness I hadn't felt in years. I remember thinking I could get used to it. The next morning, I got up early, made instant coffee, and walked around the area with a small field notebook. I liked to sketch trees and write down what I saw. Nothing unusual at first. A few deer tracks. Some raccoon scat near the base of a tree. The woods were thick, old, and the ground was soft with pine needles and fallen leaves. I spent the whole day exploring about a mile in every direction, just seeing what was out there. No signs of people, no cabins, no trails, no litter, just forest, untouched. By day 3, I was completely off-grid and settled in. I had a little fire going each night, a book to read, canned food, and the woods all around me. The silence started to change, though. Not in a huge way, just little things. For example, I started waking up in the middle of the night. Not from noise exactly, just a feeling, like something was wrong. I'd sit up in the dark, the room lit only by the soft glow of the fire coals, and I'd listen. There'd be nothing for a long time. Then I'd hear one single snap of a twig, not like an animal darting past, just one slow snap, like someone putting weight on a branch and then freezing. But I told myself it was just my imagination. On the 4th night, I left my lantern on low, just in case. Around 3 a.m., I woke up again. Same feeling, like something had shifted. I sat up slowly, heart beating faster this time. I stayed completely still. After maybe 5 minutes, I heard something that I couldn't explain away. It wasn't an animal noise. It was the sound of metal, like a quiet clink. It was soft, but clear. I got up and grabbed the axe I kept beside the door. My pulse was pounding. I didn't open the door. I just stood there, waiting. It was dead quiet after that. No wind, no movement. I stood in the dark for at least 20 minutes before getting back into bed, fully dressed, axe beside me. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. Nothing was out of place. The padlock on the shed was still locked. But I noticed something new. On the trail behind the cabin, just before the path to the outhouse, I saw a boot print. Not mine. Too wide, too deep, and going in a different direction than I ever walked. I looked closer. There were 2 more prints, leading into the trees and then disappearing. No return prints. It hadn't rained or snowed, so they weren't fresh from that night. But they weren't old either. I stood there staring at them for a long time. I started to think maybe someone had been living out here. A squatter, maybe, or a hunter. Maybe I was trespassing and didn't know it. The cabin hadn't been used in years. Maybe someone else had taken it over for a while. I didn't know. I kept trying to come up with a reason to calm myself down. I went into the woods later that day and followed the direction of those footprints. I brought my axe and a small backpack. After a half mile or so, the tracks vanished, but I kept going. I moved in wide circles, checking for signs, broken branches, a fire pit, trash, anything. I found nothing, but I did come across something odd. An old tree with rope marks deep in the bark, like something had been tied there for a long time. The bark was grown around the grooves. Next to it was a patch of flattened leaves, like someone had camped there recently, maybe sleeping on a tarp or blanket. I found a small rusted can, maybe beans, and what looked like the burned-out base of a campfire. But it wasn't recent, I guess a few months old. Still, it was evidence someone had been living out here. I walked back to the cabin before dark and locked the door that night. I stacked firewood against it too, just in case. I stayed up, sitting on the cot with the axe in my lap, eyes watching the door, then the windows. Around 2 a.m., I heard something outside again, But this time it was closer. The sound of someone walking slowly on leaves, circling. It wasn't an animal. The steps were spaced like a human. Then the steps stopped right outside the wall behind the stove. I held my breath, stayed like that for a long time, maybe 30 minutes. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. Eventually, the steps started again, fainter, moving away. That night, I didn't sleep at all. By morning, I'd made up my mind to leave. But when I went to start my truck, it didn't turn over. I tried again. Nothing. Battery was fine. I checked under the hood. Everything looked okay. But I'm not a mechanic. Still, I noticed something. There were pine needles stuffed up under the wheel wells, packed tight. Same with the tailpipe, like someone had jammed them in there to block it. I pulled it all out, checked under the truck, nothing broken or leaking. After about an hour, I got it to start. Relief hit me like a wave. I was about to leave when I realized I'd left my backpack in the cabin. Inside it was my wallet, keys, and phone, though the phone was dead. I ran back to get it, trying to be fast. When I opened the cabin door, I stopped cold. The cot was gone. My sleeping bag was balled up in the corner. The axe was stuck into the table, blade down. The door had been locked when I left. I was sure of it. I backed out, grabbed my pack, and sprinted to the truck. I didn't even look behind me. I just drove. But the path was blocked. A large tree, too big for me to move, was down across the trail. It wasn't there before. I would have seen it. It hadn't fallen from age either. The cut was clean. Someone had dropped it with a chainsaw or axe. I got out and walked up to it. That's when I saw it. On the side of the log, carved into the bark, were 5 straight lines, like tally marks, deep, deliberate. My stomach dropped. I had no cell signal, no way to call for help. I couldn't drive around the tree. It was too thick, and the woods were too dense. I'd have to walk. So I packed my bag, grabbed a flashlight, and started on foot down the trail back toward the road. It was 10 miles out, but I'd rather walk 10 miles than stay another night. I made it about 6 miles before it got too dark to keep going safely. I didn't have a tent, but I found a small clearing and set up a basic camp. I didn't start a fire. I didn't want to be seen. I ate a granola bar and sat against a tree, trying to stay awake. Around midnight, I heard something move in the trees. Slow, crunching. It circled me again. I held the flashlight in one hand, a rock in the other. I didn't turn the light on. I didn't move. The sound circled, stopped, then nothing. That night, I slept maybe 15 minutes in total. At first light, I kept walking. I made it to the road around noon and waved down a passing truck. The guy let me ride with him to the next town. I told him I'd gotten lost hiking, left out everything else. I didn't want to explain it. I just wanted to get home. When I got home, I plugged in my phone. There was one saved voicemail from a number I didn't know. It was only 5 seconds long. Nothing but the sound of breathing. Slow, steady breathing. I deleted it. I never went back to that cabin. I never told my friend what happened. A few months later, I wanted to get away from everything. I'd been living in the city for almost a decade, and it was getting too loud, too fast, too full of things I didn't care about. I didn't want to scroll through my phone anymore or listen to sirens every night. So I took 2 weeks off work, found a cabin rental online that looked far from any town or road, packed a few bags, and drove out there. I told only my brother where I was going, just in case, and promised to check in every couple of days by text. That was it. The cabin sat alone on a mountainside in western Montana. The road up to it wasn't even fully paved. Just dirt and gravel, winding and narrow, cutting through trees for miles before finally opening into a clearing. There, tucked into the woods, was the cabin. It looked like it hadn't been touched in years. The listing said it was off-grid, fully solar-powered, with backup generator, and promised a real rustic experience. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal. That was the point. The first day was peaceful. I got there just after noon. It was chilly but not freezing. I stepped out of the car, stretched my legs, and took in the silence. The trees around the clearing moved gently in the wind. There was a creek somewhere nearby. I could hear it. The cabin itself looked strong, made of thick old logs, with a front porch, a small chimney, and a single window on each side. No neighbors in sight, no other houses, just trees and sky. Inside, it smelled like wood and dust. The place had one bedroom, a tiny bathroom, a small kitchen, and a wood stove in the living room. Everything was basic. The fridge and stove ran off propane. The water came from a well out back, and the solar setup powered a few dim lights and an outlet or two. There was an old radio and some books on a shelf. No TV, of course. I unloaded my food, my clothes, a flashlight, a battery pack, and my knife, just in case. The first few days were exactly what I needed. I hiked during the day, following trails behind the cabin that went deep into the forest. I cooked simple meals, read books, and sat on the porch watching the sun go down. I didn't hear or see a single person. No cars, no planes overhead. Felt like I had disappeared from the world. Then I noticed the footprints. It was the morning of the fourth day. I'd woken up early, made coffee, and stepped outside. There was dew on the grass and the air felt colder than usual. As I stood on the porch, sipping my coffee, I looked down toward the edge of the clearing. That's when I saw them. Footprints, not mine. They started near the tree line, came across the clearing, and stopped at the side of the cabin. I walked down to get a closer look. The prints were from boots, bigger than my feet, deeper too, meaning whoever made them was heavier. They went around the cabin, then back into the woods. They hadn't been there the day before. The dirt was still soft. These were fresh. I didn't know what to make of it. Maybe a hunter passing through? But why come so close to the cabin? Why circle it? I walked the whole clearing, looking for other tracks, but found nothing else. Just that one set. I didn't panic. I just made a mental note and stayed more alert that day. That night, I locked the door tight. I made sure the windows were closed. I even kept the knife next to my sleeping bag. I left the porch light on and tried to sleep. I heard something outside just after midnight. It was faint, like someone stepping on dry leaves. Then it stopped. Then again, a soft crunch, then nothing. I sat up in bed, holding still, listening. The sound moved slowly around the cabin, pausing now and then. I couldn't see anything out the window. It was pitch black. No moon. I didn't have a gun, just the knife and a heavy flashlight. I waited, not moving, until the sounds finally stopped. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Probably over an hour. I never fell back asleep. In the morning, I got up and went outside. There were more footprints. Same pattern. Came from the woods, circled the cabin, then back again. This time they came right up to the front porch. I checked the door. It was still locked. Nothing broken. But someone had definitely come right up to it. That was when I really started to worry. I told myself I'd leave that day. I packed some things, but then realized I still had food, still had time left on the trip, and part of me didn't want to give in to fear. Maybe it really was just a hunter passing through. I hadn't seen a single animal yet. Maybe they were tracking something. I didn't know, but it felt wrong. I felt watched. I stayed, but I moved my sleeping bag to the living room where the wood stove was, just so I could listen more easily. I kept the flashlight in my hand the whole night. On the fifth day, I walked into the woods in the direction the tracks had come from. I followed them as best as I could, though some had faded. About 100 yards into the trees, I found something strange. A small area had been cleared out, branches cut, leaves flattened. It looked like someone had camped there. Not recently, maybe a week ago or more. I found ashes from a fire and even a crushed beer can. It was old, rusted, but it was proof someone had been out here. I didn't find anything else. When I got back to the cabin, I checked the solar panel system and the generator. Everything still worked fine. No signs of tampering. But when I went to the outhouse that afternoon, I noticed a strip of bark had been peeled off one of the trees behind it. Just a thin strip, freshly done. I touched the spot, it was wet. That was new. That night, it got worse. I had just turned off the lights and lay down when I heard it. Something tapping on the glass. The window next to the kitchen. I sat up fast, heart racing. Tapped again. Not a branch. Not an animal. It was steady, slow. I didn't move for at least 5 minutes. Then I got up, took the flashlight, and shined it toward the kitchen. The tapping stopped. I walked slowly across the floor and turned on the porch light. No one there. I opened the front door, stepped out with the flashlight, and swept it across the yard. Nothing. Then I walked around the cabin. And there, under the kitchen window, were fresh boot prints. Same size as before. Same direction. Came from the woods, stopped at the window, then left again. It had to be the same person. This time I didn't sleep at all. By the 6th morning, I'd made up my mind to leave early. I packed everything back into the car and did one last sweep of the place to make sure I hadn't left anything behind. Then I drove down the narrow dirt road, slowly, carefully, until I reached the highway. I drove into the nearest town, which was about 45 minutes away. I got a cheap room at a roadside motel and slept like a rock that night. No footsteps, no tapping. The next day, I went to a coffee shop in town. I needed to send a message to my brother, and I wanted to check the news, see if anything weird had been happening in the area. I searched online for break-ins or missing people, anything like that. Nothing came up. I even searched the name of the cabin rental and the name of the road. No results. I tried calling the number listed on the rental page. Disconnected. That bothered me. Later that day, I drove back toward the cabin. I didn't go all the way. I stopped a few miles out and hiked in from a different angle. I wanted to see if anything had changed now that I was gone. What I found made me sick. Someone had broken into the cabin. The front door was cracked open. I didn't go inside, but from what I could see, the mattress from the bed had been dragged into the living room. My food boxes were ripped open. The flashlight I'd left behind was missing. And above the wood stove, scratched into the wooden beam, were 3 words. "I saw you." That was it. I turned around and hiked straight back to the car. I reported everything to the sheriff's office in town. They listened, took down some notes, then told me they'd look into it. I could tell they didn't think it was serious. One of them said it was probably a squatter or a drifter. Maybe, but I knew someone had been watching me. Not just walking by or camping nearby, watching, waiting. I never went back. I tried to contact the rental site later to report what happened, but the listing had disappeared. No trace of it. No listing history, no reviews. Like it had never existed. I checked my email receipt, but the contact name was just initials, and the payment went through a third-party processor. It's been a year now. I still think about it almost every day. Not because I'm scared it'll happen again, but because I'll never know who that person was, how long they were out there, or what would have happened if I hadn't left when I did. I don't go into the woods alone anymore. I don't stay in cabins, and I don't look for peace in places where nobody else is around. Because sometimes the silence isn't peaceful at all. Sometimes it's a warning. I had always wanted to get away for a while. Too much noise in the city, too many people, too much rushing, too many things happening all at once. I needed to slow things down. So when I found an old listing for a cabin deep in the woods of northern Idaho, I didn't think twice. It was late September, and the air was already starting to change. Cold mornings, long quiet evenings, and a steady wind that cut through the trees like a blade. I rented the place for 2 weeks. It was supposed to be remote, very remote. That was the whole point. No neighbors, no roads nearby, just a long gravel path through thick pine and aspen until you reached a clearing, and the cabin stood right in the center like a forgotten part of the world. The cabin was older than I expected. You could tell from the way the wood had darkened, almost turned gray, and from how the porch sloped slightly on one side. The windows were double-paned but had an old, wavy look to the glass. The inside smelled like dust and pine needles, which had found their way in through some unseen cracks. It wasn't dirty, but it felt untouched, like no one had really lived there in years. There was no cell service, no Wi-Fi, no landline. Just a wood stove, an old propane fridge that hummed a little too loudly, and a cot-style bed with a mattress that sank in the middle. I arrived around 3 in the afternoon. The last half hour of the drive was all gravel road. My car struggled a bit with the steep incline, but it made it. I parked off to the side near a stump and killed the engine. Everything was still. So still, in fact, that I noticed the absence of sound more than anything else. No planes overhead, no passing cars in the distance, no voices. Just the wind and the sound of leaves rustling. Every once in a while, I'd hear a pine cone fall or a bird chirp, but even those felt far away. I brought in my supplies, mostly canned food, dry goods, a water jug, a few batteries, some books, and a knife. I had a sleeping bag even though there was a bed. Just didn't want to trust the blankets that were already there. They looked too dusty. I also had a flashlight, but the sun didn't set until about 7, so I had some time. I spent the first few hours getting settled, walking the area around the cabin. There wasn't much, just dense woods in every direction. No paths, no signs of other homes or campsites, just forest. That night, I started a fire in the wood stove. Took longer than I expected. The kindling was dry, but the logs I used weren't great. Eventually, I got it going, and the warmth filled the small room. I made some instant noodles on the propane burner and sat on the floor while I ate. There was no table, just one chair, a small counter, and a few shelves with old cups and plates. After dinner, I went out onto the porch. The night was darker than anything I'd seen in a long time. Even on cloudy nights in the city, there's always some light. But here it was pitch black. I couldn't see past the trees. I could hear them though. The wind picked up again, moving through the branches, making them creak and groan like old floorboards. I went to bed early, maybe 9 p.m. I lay in the sleeping bag with the fire still going. The room crackled and popped softly, and I started to drift off. But before I fell asleep, I heard something, a snapping sound outside. Not close, but not far either. I sat up, listened. Nothing. Then again, a soft rustle. Could have been a deer, I told myself. Probably was. I didn't get up, just stayed there, half awake, until I finally drifted off. The next morning, I made coffee using a small camping kettle and some instant coffee. It was cold, even with the fire going. The kind of cold that makes your hands feel stiff, like your skin is drying out. I ate a granola bar, grabbed my coat, and went for a walk behind the cabin. I brought the knife with me just in case. The woods behind the cabin were even thicker. After about 15 minutes, I found an old deer stand nailed high into a tree. It looked rotten and unused, half fallen apart. Beneath it, the ground was littered with pine needles and broken branches. I looked around a little more and saw something strange, what looked like a small piece of blue tarp caught in a bush. Pulled it out. It was torn and dirty, like it had been there for years. Maybe someone had camped here once. Maybe they left it behind. I spent most of the day reading and writing in a notebook. I wrote down small things. The smell of the wood stove, how the wind sounded, how quiet everything felt. I wasn't bored exactly, but I started to notice how isolated it all was. Even the birds didn't come close. Around 3 in the afternoon, I started chopping more wood from a small pile beside the cabin. That's when I noticed something in the dirt. Footprints. Not mine. These ones came in from the woods, toward the cabin, and then stopped near the porch. Just 3 of them, faint but clear enough to tell. They were barefoot. I stood still for a while. The air felt heavier than before. I kept staring at the footprints, trying to make sense of them. They looked old, maybe a day or 2, maybe more. Could have been from someone who used to stay here, but they were too clean, too defined, like they hadn't been touched by rain or wind. I tried to laugh it off, told myself it was probably nothing. Still, I moved the axe inside the cabin when I was done. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept hearing things. Not loud things, just soft, distant noises, like branches breaking or leaves moving. I got up around midnight and looked out the window. Couldn't see anything, but the feeling wouldn't go away, like I was being watched. The fire was still burning low, but I added more wood anyway. Sat in the chair and just waited. At one point, I thought I saw movement between the trees. Just a flicker. Could have been a shadow. Could have been an animal. Could have been nothing. But I didn't sleep after that. The next few days were quiet again. Nothing strange. I told myself I was just overthinking it. Too many movies. Too much time alone. I started to enjoy the silence again. But then, on the fifth day, I found something behind the cabin that made everything worse. I had gone out again for a short walk, and near the deer stand, I saw something hanging from a branch. A strip of cloth, tied into a knot. It was gray and frayed, like it had been torn from a shirt. Under it, on the ground, was a crushed can of beans, like someone had eaten here recently. I felt my stomach tighten. I picked up the can. It was rusted but fresh inside. Someone had been here, not long ago. I started to look around more carefully, started noticing things, small things. A piece of bark peeled clean off a tree, a fresh boot print on the trail, farther away than mine had gone, a pine cone placed in the middle of a tree stump. It all felt wrong, like someone was leaving signs on purpose, like someone knew I was here. I stayed inside the cabin that night, locked the door, even though the lock was old and flimsy. I kept the axe beside me. Every little sound made me freeze. I barely blinked. Around 2 a.m., I heard something scrape across the porch. Not loud, just a soft dragging sound. I turned off the lamp and sat there in the dark, holding my breath. The scraping stopped. Then came a thud, like something heavy had been set down. I didn't move, didn't even look through the window. I waited like that for almost an hour. Eventually, the sounds stopped. I stayed awake until morning. When the sun came up, I finally opened the door. On the porch was a single rock. Flat, black, round, clean. It hadn't been there before. I picked it up and threw it into the woods. I didn't like how it looked. Too perfect, too out of place. I decided I would leave the next morning, cut the trip short. I packed most of my things and kept them near the door. That night, I didn't light the fire, didn't want the light to give me away. I stayed in the corner with the axe. I didn't sleep. At exactly 3:17 a.m., I heard the footsteps, slow, heavy, coming up the path, crunching the leaves and gravel, one step at a time. Then they stopped, right outside the door. I held my breath. I could hear something breathing, slow and quiet, like it was trying to listen. Then I heard a hand on the doorknob, just a soft click. It didn't turn, just held there for a second. Then nothing, just silence. I waited like that until morning. When the sun came up, I opened the door. Nothing there, no footprints, no signs, just the wind. I grabbed my stuff, got in the car, and started driving. I didn't look back. The whole way down the gravel road, I felt like something was watching me from the trees. I kept the axe beside me until I hit the highway. I never went back. I never reported it. What would I even say? That someone had left rocks and cloth in the woods? That I heard footsteps in the night? No one would believe it. Hell, I barely believe it myself. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know there was someone living in those woods, watching me, waiting. I just don't know what they wanted. But they knew I was there. I don't remember exactly when I started planning the cabin trip. It was something that had been in the back of my head for months, maybe even a year. Everything was getting to me. The noise, the notifications, the pressure. I needed a break, not a vacation with friends, not a beach trip, not even a hotel. I needed real quiet, no Wi-Fi, no phones, no people, just me and time to work. The project I was working on, doesn't really matter what it was, had been delayed again and again. Not because of difficulty, but because I couldn't focus. I was always checking my phone, getting sucked into news or emails or messages that led nowhere. I needed to isolate myself, cut everything out, get something done. So I booked the cabin. It was a place I found on a website that specialized in off-grid rentals. It looked basic but nice. A small wooden structure about 15 miles from the nearest paved road, deep in the woods of northern Montana. No cell service, no internet, solar power, a wood stove, a desk, a bed, a small kitchen. That's it. It was about a 4-hour drive from the nearest town, and the last stretch of it was on rough gravel, winding through trees and slopes with no signs or markers, just a GPS pin and the owner's printed instructions. They said not to use Google Maps for the last part. I printed everything out and brought a physical map too. I left early on a Thursday morning in late September. The weather was starting to turn cold but hadn't snowed yet. I drove north through smaller and smaller towns until I lost the last gas station, then followed the gravel road into the woods. My car, an older Subaru, handled the road well enough, though the shaking got worse the farther I went. By the time I pulled up to the cabin, the sun was already starting to dip behind the trees. I got out and stood there for a while just looking. It was exactly like the photos. The trees were dense and close, maybe 20 or 30 feet from the cabin in every direction. The forest stretched out behind the property, thick and uneven. You couldn't see more than 100 feet through the trees even in daylight. The cabin itself was small and dark brown, with a metal roof and a single solar panel on the side. A narrow porch ran along the front. There was a single door and 2 windows, one beside the bed inside and one above the desk. I unloaded my things slowly. I brought 2 big coolers of food, a couple jugs of water, some extra clothes, notebooks, pens, a battery-powered lantern, and a sleeping bag just in case the bed was awful. I also had a small axe and a heavy-duty flashlight. I had printed books, no screens. I left my phone off. I was proud of myself for that. Inside the cabin, it was exactly what I needed. No decorations, no clutter, just bare wood walls, a small desk facing the window, a small wood stove with a pile of logs beside it, and a narrow bed along the far wall. The kitchenette had a propane stove and sink with a foot pump. There were shelves with some utensils, a few old pans, and some matches in a tin can. The window over the desk looked out into the trees behind the cabin. Nothing moved, no sound. I spent that first evening settling in, getting a small fire going in the stove to knock the chill out of the air. I didn't touch my project. I just wanted to ease in. After dinner, I read until the sun was gone and the cabin turned dark. I clicked on the battery lantern and put it on low. It cast warm light but barely lit more than a few feet. I brushed my teeth in the small sink, put on thermals, and climbed into bed. That night, I slept harder than I had in months. The next morning, I woke up early, made coffee on the stove, and sat at the desk. It was cold, but the stove helped. I opened my notebook and started writing. For hours, I just worked. There was nothing else to do. No phone, no distractions. Just me and the quiet. It was perfect. Sometime around late afternoon, I went outside to stretch and walk around. I didn't wander too far, maybe 20 or 30 yards into the trees behind the cabin. The ground was soft with pine needles, and everything smelled like wood and dirt. I stopped and looked around. That's when I saw it. About 60 or 70 yards back into the trees, mostly hidden behind thick branches, there was a vehicle, just barely visible. A truck, dark green or black, old-looking. It was angled so I couldn't see the license plate, just the side and part of the front grille. It was parked, not moving, no lights, no sound. It was strange. I froze for a second. I didn't panic. It wasn't doing anything. It was just sitting there. For a second, I told myself it must belong to a hunter or hiker. People do that, park and hike off. Maybe they were camped out deeper in the woods. I looked around for signs, footprints, paths, but saw nothing. I stared at it for another minute, then walked slowly back to the cabin. I locked the door. I don't know why. Instinct, I guess. The feeling wasn't fear yet. It was something quieter, unease. That evening, I worked again. Then I made dinner and tried to shake the thought of the truck. I hadn't heard it arrive, hadn't seen anyone. Maybe it had been there before I got there. Maybe I just hadn't noticed. The trees were thick. But that night, I didn't sleep quite as well. In the middle of the night, I woke up for no reason, just suddenly alert. It was quiet, but I had the feeling you get when something changes. I sat up and listened. The fire had burned down to embers. The air was cold. I got up quietly and walked to the window over the desk. I looked out into the trees behind the cabin. Nothing. It was pitch dark, and the trees just faded into black. I clicked on the flashlight and aimed it out the window, sweeping the beam slowly. The truck was there, in the same place, just visible, no movement. I stared at it for a while, then went back to bed. I left the flashlight beside me. The next morning, I walked out toward where the truck had been, but it wasn't there. The spot was empty. I walked slowly through the brush, scanning the ground. There were tire marks in the dirt, faint but real, fresh. Not many, just a few, like it had pulled in and then reversed carefully to stay in place. That evening, I stayed inside. Over the next 2 days, the truck returned. Not always at the same time, but always in the same spot. Never closer, never farther, never moving, just parked. Always angled away from me so I couldn't see the license plate. It never got closer to the cabin. It never turned its lights on. I never heard the engine. It started to feel like a pattern. Every morning I'd go out and check. Gone. By afternoon or evening, it would be back. Always just past the same trees, right on the edge of where you could barely see it. On the 5th day, I walked a wide loop through the woods in the late morning to see if I could find tracks, maybe figure out where it was coming from. I didn't find anything. No roads, no paths, just endless trees and brush. But when I came back around to the cabin, I spotted something that hadn't been there before. It was a piece of plastic on the porch step. A little blue cap like one from a water bottle or oil can. I hadn't brought anything with a cap like that. It was clean and dry, fresh. I stared at it for a while before picking it up. I set it on the windowsill inside and checked the door. Still locked. I didn't go back outside that night. That evening, the truck came back. I saw it from the desk window again, just as the sun was starting to go down. Same place, no movement, but something was different this time. Couldn't tell what. I watched it for almost an hour, just sitting there at the edge of the trees. Then I realized the driver's door was slightly open, just barely, maybe 3 inches. It hadn't been open before. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I packed everything. My coolers, notebooks, sleeping bag, everything. I loaded it into the car and kept the driver's door open, ready to go. I still hadn't seen anyone, still hadn't heard a sound, but I couldn't take it anymore. Something was off. I left just after sunrise. The road back was rough. I kept checking the mirror, half expecting the truck to come up behind me, but nothing followed. No movement in the trees, no sounds. When I reached the highway, I finally pulled over and turned on my phone. It took a few minutes for the signal to come in. I had dozens of missed messages, but I ignored them. I reported what I'd seen to the cabin owner through the listing site. They said no one else was supposed to be in the area, and no one had ever reported anything like that before. They were polite, said they'd check it out. That was it. I never heard anything more. Ending detailed and clear. It's been 6 months since that trip. I haven't gone back. I won't. I finished my project from home, slowly, but I never stopped thinking about that truck. About the way it sat there, hidden but not hidden. About the way the door opened just a little. About the blue plastic cap on my porch. I don't think it was a hunter. I don't think it was a mistake. I think someone knew I was there. I think they parked just far enough. I decided to go to my brother's cabin to get away from the city. I was burned out. Work had drained me. Traffic had worn me down, and I hadn't had a proper night's sleep in weeks. My brother's cabin was in the middle of nowhere in northern Michigan, just a few miles south of the Upper Peninsula, surrounded by thick pine forests and quiet roads that barely showed up on maps. He had built it with a friend about 6 years ago, but hadn't used it much since. It wasn't fancy. No TV, no Wi-Fi, no cell service. Just a simple wooden cabin with 2 rooms, a wood stove, and a small kitchen that ran off propane. There was a hand pump outside for water and a pit toilet about 20 yards from the back porch. He let me use it whenever I wanted. I figured a week out there alone would clear my head. I left early on a Tuesday morning. The drive took nearly 7 hours. The last 45 minutes were on gravel roads so full of potholes that I thought I'd lose my axle. Trees lined both sides of the road, so close they nearly brushed my side mirrors. I passed maybe 2 trucks the entire time, both coming the other way. No houses, no gas stations, just woods. By the time I pulled up to the cabin, it was close to 5 p.m. The sun was lower than I liked, so I got to work right away. I carried in my food, mostly canned stuff, oats, jerky, trail mix, and a few frozen things I brought in a cooler. I filled the stove with dry kindling and got a fire going to warm the place up. I swept the floors and dusted the windowsills. My brother had told me mice sometimes found their way in, but the cabin looked clean. Still, I checked every cabinet, every drawer, just to be sure. The first night was peaceful. Once the sun went down, the woods outside turned pitch black. I couldn't even see the tree line from the porch. I sat by the fire with a blanket wrapped around me, drank some instant coffee, and listened to the wind moving through the trees. Every now and then, I heard a branch snap somewhere out in the dark, but that didn't bother me. It was probably a raccoon or a deer. That's just what happens when you're in the woods. I went to bed early that night. The bedroom had one small window that I kept closed. I slept on the cot by the far wall with my sleeping bag zipped up tight. I kept a flashlight and a hatchet by the bed just in case. I didn't expect to need them. The next morning, I got up around 6:30. It was cold. I could see my breath when I stepped outside. I pumped some water and washed my face, then lit the stove again and made some oatmeal. I had nothing planned for the day, just hiking around. Maybe reading a bit, chopping some wood. That's exactly what I did. I walked for an hour along an old logging trail that ran behind the cabin, then circled back and gathered a few dead branches to cut down for firewood. I spent most of the afternoon splitting logs and stacking them neatly under the overhang along the side of the cabin. By 4 p.m., the shadows started getting long, and I decided to head back inside. I made a quick dinner of beans and rice, then sat by the fire again, scribbling in a notebook and thinking about how quiet the place was. No engines, no sirens, not even planes overhead. Just before going to bed, I stepped outside to use the pit toilet. It was cold, and the wind had picked up. As I walked back to the cabin, I thought I heard something faint in the distance. It was quick, like a short metallic clank, but I figured it might have been the wind knocking something over. I brushed it off and went inside. I locked the door, killed the fire, and went to bed. That night, I woke up suddenly. It was around 2:30 a.m. I didn't hear anything specific, but I had that feeling, like something had pulled me out of sleep too quickly. I sat up and listened. Nothing at first. Then I heard it again. A short clank, maybe metal, coming from behind the cabin. I grabbed the flashlight and walked slowly to the back window. I shined it through the glass. I couldn't see anything moving. No eyes, no shapes, just trees and snow-covered brush. But the sound didn't come back either. I waited there for another 5 minutes, just standing, listening before going back to bed. This time I didn't sleep as well. The next day I did a slower hike, didn't go as far. My legs were sore. I didn't feel like doing much. I stacked more wood and made sure everything inside the cabin was in place. I cleaned some dishes and rechecked the windows and door. Everything was locked. But something about the place was starting to feel, I don't know, off. That night, around 3 a.m., I woke up again. This time it wasn't a sound. It was a smell. Something was burning. I bolted upright and turned on my flashlight. The fire in the stove had long gone out. There was no smoke inside. I ran to the kitchen, nothing. Then I sniffed at the window and realized the smell was coming from outside. It smelled like rubber or plastic, like burnt insulation or a cable. I opened the front door just a crack and poked the flashlight out. I saw nothing, but that smell was strong. I pulled on my boots and coat and stepped outside. It was freezing, and the wind hit my face like ice. I walked around the side of the cabin, toward where the woods thickened, shining the light between the trees. I didn't see anything. No fire, no smoke, but the smell was definitely stronger. I took another step, then stopped cold. In the snow about 10 feet from me, there were tracks. Footprints, not animal prints. They were boot tracks. They led from the woods straight toward the cabin, and then stopped. I followed them backward with my flashlight. They didn't come from the road. They came from the trees, from deep in the woods. But the part that made my blood go cold? There was only one set of prints coming in, none going out. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds, heart pounding, scanning the trees with the light, trying to listen over the sound of the wind. I didn't move. I was afraid if I turned around, someone would be behind me. But nothing happened. Eventually, I backed up slowly and got inside. I locked the door. I pushed the small table in front of it and put the heavy water jug on top. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I followed the tracks deeper into the woods. I packed a small bag with water and some trail mix, and I kept the hatchet tucked into my belt. The tracks were still there, frozen in the snow. They weren't mine. I hadn't been out that way. They went north, then curved slightly downhill toward a gully. After about 30 minutes of walking, the trees started thinning out. I saw what looked like a clearing ahead. As I got closer, I saw a pile of something dark on the ground. At first, I thought it was a dead animal, but as I walked closer, I realized it was a burned-out generator. It was half covered in snow and looked like it had been torched recently. Melted plastic, blackened metal. The smell was the same as what I'd picked up that night. Beside it, I saw more boot prints, fresh ones, and they didn't go in a straight line. They circled around the generator, like someone had walked around it several times. I didn't like any of it. I turned back and made sure I covered my own tracks as best I could. I spent the rest of that day inside the cabin. I didn't eat much. I kept the fire going but didn't want to go to sleep. I started thinking about things I hadn't considered before. Things like how there was no cell signal out here, how I hadn't seen another person in days, and how someone had been walking around the woods at night, coming right up to the cabin. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat in the chair by the fire with the flashlight in my lap and the hatchet on the floor next to me. Every now and then, I thought I heard something. A crack of a branch, a crunch in the snow, but nothing close. Around 4:15 a.m., I heard the doorknob rattle. Just once. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. Then it happened again. A slow rattle, like someone trying to see if it was unlocked. I turned off the flashlight and sat in total darkness, straining my ears. It stopped. I waited another 5 minutes, then slowly stepped to the window and lifted the curtain just an inch. I saw nothing. At sunrise, I packed everything. I didn't care about the rest of the week. I put the food in my bag, stuffed my clothes into the cooler, and loaded it into the car in 2 trips. I didn't even sweep the floor. I just wanted out. Before I left, I walked behind the cabin one last time. There were new boot prints. They came from the trees again, made a loop around the back wall, and ended near the window of the bedroom. There were cigarette butts in the snow. Whoever had been watching the cabin had been standing right outside the window while I was sleeping. I drove fast, too fast, all the way down the gravel road, hitting potholes and skidding through turns. I didn't stop until I got to a gas station near the highway. I called my brother from there, told him what I saw, told him someone had been watching the cabin. He didn't believe me at first, said no one goes up that far, especially not in winter. But I knew what I saw. 2 days later, he called me back. He went up there with a buddy of his, said the generator in the woods didn't belong to him. He never had one. Said they followed the tracks and found an old campsite deeper in the woods. Tarp, blankets, tools, all hidden under brush. Looked like someone had been living out there. Whoever it was had been gone by the time they got there. I was never the kind of person to look for trouble or attention. I worked a boring job in a quiet suburb, kept to myself, paid bills on time, and rarely said yes to anything involving crowds, noise, or too many moving parts. Life just wore on. Same coffee every morning, same keyboard clicks every day, and the same nightly routine of staring at my phone until my eyes watered. I didn't hate it, I just didn't feel anything. So when I found an old listing on a rental site for a long-term cabin in a forest near the Pine Hollow Preserve, somewhere in northern Oregon, I didn't think twice. The listing was oddly plain. No fancy edits or promises of lakeside views. Just 4 dark photos, a basic write-up, and a price that was half of what I expected. It claimed there was no Wi-Fi, no cell signal, and the road there was seasonally maintained. That meant it would be muddy, possibly snowed in, and mostly forgotten by whatever county it was in. That was exactly what I wanted. I requested to rent the cabin for 2 months. Just enough time to reset my brain and think about whether I even wanted to return to my normal life. The owner accepted with barely any back and forth. She just emailed me the lockbox code, gave vague directions like, when the dirt road splits at the third pine pole, veer right, and told me to leave the key on the hook when I left. I left my apartment at sunrise on a Monday in late September, stuffed my old Toyota 4Runner with boxes, a cooler, and a bunch of food that wouldn't spoil fast. I brought a battery-powered radio, a couple flashlights, lanterns, a big box of batteries, and 2 backup gas canisters. No one knew exactly where I was going, and that was intentional. The last hour of the drive was brutal. The road turned into a jagged, muddy path with trees crowding in from both sides. I had to stop twice to move fallen branches out of the way. My GPS stopped updating 5 miles before I reached the supposed turnoff. There were no signs, just vague markers like old rusted gate or white boulder with green moss. And I had to slow to a crawl, window down, scanning everything like I was defusing a bomb. When I finally spotted the cabin, it felt like a reward. It sat quietly in a shallow dip between trees. A narrow clearing wrapped around it, enough space to park and walk without tripping on roots, but not enough to feel comfortable. The trees were thick, tall pine, cedar, and some old oaks that twisted over each other like they'd grown too long without room to stretch. The sun barely touched the roof. The whole area had this stillness that felt untouched. The cabin was exactly how the pictures showed. A single-story box made from thick logs, roof covered in damp needles and leaves. A crooked porch with 2 wooden chairs that hadn't been sat on in years. Inside, it smelled like cold wood, dust, and stale air. There was one main room with a small wood stove, a dusty couch, and a shelf with some books. The kitchen was barely that, just a counter, a rusted sink with no running water, and a propane stove. The bedroom in the back had a thin mattress on an old wooden bed frame and a small closet with 3 wire hangers. No mirrors, no decorations, just bones. It was perfect. The first few days were peaceful. I walked the woods nearby, marked trees with orange tape so I wouldn't get lost, and started keeping track of how far I went each day. I had a journal where I wrote little things, what I ate, how I slept, when I heard animals. Mostly squirrels, birds, once what I thought was a fox. The air smelled different out there. Wet dirt, pine sap, and the faint scent of old smoke from the stove I used every night. By the end of the first week, I noticed something weird but small. When I walked out in the woods, I started seeing signs that someone else had been there. Not recent footprints, but broken twigs, markings on bark, things that could have been normal. But they weren't mine, and they weren't fresh enough to make a big deal out of. One day, I came across what looked like an old tarp half buried under dirt and leaves. It was dark blue, torn, and weighed down with stones. I didn't touch it. I just kept walking. Then I found a boot. It was lying halfway off the path I'd cleared, maybe 200 yards east of the cabin. It was an old, muddy hiking boot, scuffed to hell, with torn laces and the tongue sticking out like it had been yanked off. I nudged it with a stick. Empty. I left it alone. That night, I didn't sleep well. By the start of the 3rd week, I started hearing things. Not voices, nothing like that, but small sounds that didn't match animals. I'd be inside reading and hear something snap outside, or a rustle of leaves that didn't come from wind. Once, I heard a quick shuffle on the porch. I stood completely still and listened for 5 minutes. Nothing followed. I convinced myself it was a raccoon or a squirrel or something dumb. Still, I started locking the door every night, even though it barely latched. I put a wooden wedge against it just in case. One night, I woke up suddenly. I couldn't say what time it was, no clocks, and my phone stayed off to save battery. But the room was cold and black. I stayed in bed, still, and listened. Nothing at first. Then I heard something. It was soft like fabric brushing wood. Then a quiet, single knock. Just one. Not loud. Not repeated. Not like someone asking to come in. I waited the rest of the night without moving. When light finally touched the window, I got up and checked the door. Nothing there. No prints, no marks. Just the wedge still in place. I told myself I was losing it. The next morning, I walked twice as far into the woods, trying to clear my head. I followed the ridge north, where the tree line thinned a little. That's when I saw it, about 40 feet off the trail. It was a pile of rocks, stacked chest high, balanced in a way that took effort, not natural. At the top was a small bundle of sticks tied with string. Next to the pile, a rusty canteen was stuck upright in the dirt. I didn't touch anything. I turned back immediately. After that, I started hearing footsteps. Not all the time, just here and there. Once while I was chopping kindling, I heard a short crunch from the side of the cabin, like a footstep on frozen leaves. Another time while eating inside, I swore I heard something brush against the wall, right behind where I sat. Every time I jumped up and checked, there was nothing. No animals, no person, just still woods. The turning point came the night I found the trail cam. It was tucked behind a tree about 100 yards from the cabin. A small, black motion sensor camera strapped low, barely visible unless you were really looking. I only noticed it because a crow flew past and startled me, and when I turned fast, the sun hit the plastic just right. I crouched and stared at it. I didn't remember putting it there. I hadn't even brought one. It was facing the path I always walked, pointed straight at the trail where I marked the trees with tape. I reached for it. It was warm, too warm to have just been sitting there for weeks. I yanked it off the tree, brought it back inside, and checked the back. There was no brand, no markings, just a scratched up surface and a small memory card slot. I didn't have a laptop or any way to read it. I tossed it in a drawer. That night, I heard 3 knocks on the back wall, all spaced out. Not loud, not hard, just 3. I didn't sleep at all. I stopped hiking after that. I stayed inside more, ate cold food, kept the axe nearby. I barely left to go to the outhouse. I didn't know what was happening, but I didn't want to give whoever it was more chances. A few nights later, I smelled smoke, not from the wood stove. It was faint, like a campfire, but too close. I stepped onto the porch and scanned the woods. Nothing, but the smell was there, like it was drifting in. I went back inside and waited. The next morning, I found a footprint near the woodpile. Barefoot, human, deep enough to be fresh. The toes were splayed slightly like whoever made it had stood there a while. I packed everything I could in under an hour, left some stuff behind, took the axe, the food, the water, got in my truck and started the engine. Coughed twice before turning over. I backed out fast, turned onto the trail, and didn't stop for anything. About a mile down, the road was blocked. 2 trees had been felled across the path. Big ones, too thick for me to move or go around. The cut on one looked clean, like it had been done with a proper saw. Fresh bark chips were scattered around. I sat in the truck, shaking. I didn't have a chainsaw or winch. My only option was to walk. I grabbed my backpack, loaded what I could, and locked the truck. Started walking back the way I came, back toward the cabin. I only made it halfway before I noticed movement ahead. Someone was standing near the tree line, too far to see clearly, just still, watching. I backed up slowly and turned off the path, into the brush. I hiked around, staying low, barely breathing, moving through thorns and brush until I circled wide and came up behind the cabin. I stayed hidden for 2 hours, watching from the trees. No one came, no movement, no sound, just trees and wind. As night came, I ran back. I had been burned out for a while before I decided to take a break from everything and spend a few days alone in a small wooden cabin up in northern Minnesota. I had found the place online, listed by a man who owned a few secluded properties deep in the forest, far off any paved roads. He claimed it was perfect for people who wanted to be truly alone, and that's exactly what I wanted. No internet, no calls, no neighbors, just a small place in the woods where I could think, write, and breathe a little. I booked 4 nights, packed up my truck with some essentials. Mostly canned food, a propane stove, coffee, a couple of knives, flashlights, spare batteries, warm clothes, notebook, first aid kit, and a hunting rifle I always brought when heading into the woods, and made the 8-hour drive from my apartment in Milwaukee. I stopped once for gas and again for some firewood, then took a long, winding gravel road that eventually turned into nothing more than a dirt path. The road was narrow and surrounded by dense trees, and it was easy to see why most people never came out here. When I reached the cabin, it was just starting to get dark. The place was exactly like the photos. A simple log cabin, maybe 30 feet across, with a small porch, an old rocking chair, a fire pit out front, and no sign of modern life. No other houses, no cars, just deep woods. The roof was slightly slanted, covered with brown pine needles. The walls looked worn but sturdy. There was a pile of chopped wood stacked against the side wall. The windows were small and dark. It looked quiet, safe, and lonely. All things I had been craving. I parked the truck, grabbed my backpack and supplies, and unlocked the front door using the key the owner had mailed me. Inside was bare but functional. There was a small table, 2 wooden chairs, a single bed with a wool blanket, a small stove in the corner for heat, and an old lantern hanging from a hook. The air smelled like old wood and dust. There was no plumbing, just a hand pump out back and an outhouse a short walk behind the trees. I unpacked a little, lit a fire in the stove, and boiled some water for coffee. After eating, I read a few pages of a book by flashlight and crawled into bed early. I was tired from the drive. That first night was peaceful. All I heard were the soft creaks of the wood shifting, the wind in the trees, and the occasional crack of branches outside. It felt good to finally be disconnected. I slept hard. The second day, I woke up early. The cabin was cold, so I added more wood to the stove. I stepped outside and walked around a little. I followed a narrow trail behind the cabin that wound through the trees and eventually led to a small frozen stream. I didn't go too far since I wasn't familiar with the area, but it felt good to stretch my legs and breathe in the fresh air. The quiet was deep. No cars, no voices, no engines. Just the soft rustle of wind and occasional birds. Back at the cabin, I spent the day writing in my notebook and sipping coffee. That evening, I went out to chop more firewood, and that's when I noticed something strange. There was a square outline in the floor of the cabin's small back room, like a hatch or trapdoor, hidden under a faded rug. I had walked over it several times earlier but hadn't thought to lift the rug. This time, I pulled it back and saw a set of metal hinges and a small latch. It looked old but sturdy. I tried lifting it, but it was locked with a heavy padlock bolted into the wood. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe it was just a root cellar or a crawl space. But the thing was, the listing never mentioned it. The owner hadn't said anything about a basement or storage area, and the padlock seemed newer than the rest of the cabin. I tried not to let it bother me. I put the rug back, made dinner, and told myself it didn't matter. But something about it kept poking at the back of my mind. I barely slept that night. The third day, things got weirder. I went outside around noon to fetch water and noticed something off near the treeline. About 30 feet into the woods, there were boot prints. Not mine. These were wider, deeper, and spaced differently than mine. I wore hiking boots with worn tread. These looked like heavy work boots. I followed them for about 10 yards before they disappeared in the snow under the trees. It hadn't snowed recently, so they had to be new, probably from last night or early morning. The weird part was, they came from the woods and stopped right at the back of the cabin. Then they turned around and went back into the forest. There was only one set of tracks. No circling, no wandering, just straight toward the cabin. Stop, turn, leave. I checked around the porch. Nothing seemed out of place. The door was still locked. Nothing stolen. I looked in the woods for signs of a campsite or movement, but saw nothing. No wrappers, no gear, no broken branches. Just empty woods and that one trail of footprints. That evening, I heard something. I had gone to bed early, around 10. The stove was warm and the room was dark, except for a bit of moonlight coming through the window. I wasn't fully asleep when I heard it. A slow, steady creaking noise, like the sound of a floorboard under weight, came from the main room, then another, and another. I stayed still, heart pounding, listening as quietly as I could. Then silence. I got up slowly, picked up my flashlight, and took the rifle from the wall. I opened the door to the main room and shone the light across the floor. Nothing. The door was still bolted. The windows closed. I checked every corner, looked under the table, behind the stove. There was no one. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat in a chair with the rifle across my lap, facing the front door, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. The next morning, I checked outside. Fresh boot prints again. Same kind, same pattern. From the woods to the back wall. Then gone. That was the moment I decided to leave. I started packing my things, throwing everything into my backpack as fast as I could. I kept checking over my shoulder, feeling like I was being watched. When I got to the truck, I tossed my gear in and turned the key. It didn't start. I tried again. Nothing. The truck was fine the day before. Battery had been strong. Gas tank was 3/4 full. Now it was completely dead. No click, no light, just silence. I popped the hood. The battery cables were gone. Clean cut, not torn or chewed cut. Someone had been under the hood. Someone had made sure I couldn't leave. That's when I panicked. I ran back inside, locked the door, moved the table in front of it, and sat with the rifle in my lap, heart pounding. I stayed there all day. No writing, no walking, just staring at the windows, waiting. At some point, I heard something again, this time below me. It was soft, slow, like wood shifting, but it was beneath the floor, that trapdoor. I grabbed the flashlight and tiptoed to the back room. I moved the rug and pressed my ear against the wood. Nothing. Then faintly a soft scrape, like metal on metal. I backed away. I didn't sleep at all that night. I had no cell signal, no power, no way to call for help. I couldn't leave, and someone was clearly out there, or maybe under me. By the fourth morning, I had made up my mind. I would hike out. I had the GPS app downloaded offline on my phone and a backup battery in my backpack. The nearest ranger station was about 12 miles south, through dense forest. It wouldn't be easy, but it was my only chance. I stuffed my bag with food, water, flashlight, knife, extra batteries, and loaded the rifle. I opened the door slowly, checked for footprints. Nothing fresh this time. Maybe they'd left. Maybe they knew I'd be trying to escape. I stepped out and shut the door behind me, but something in me told me to look back once more. And that's when I saw it. The trapdoor was open, not wide, just an inch or two, but the lock was gone. Gone. I stared at it for what felt like a full minute before I turned and started running. I didn't look back again. It took me all day to reach the ranger station. My legs were shaking. My lungs hurt. I didn't stop. I didn't eat. I just ran. The rangers looked shocked when I told them what happened. They drove out to the cabin with me the next morning. When we arrived, the door was wide open. Everything was gone. The furniture, the rug, the stove, even the wood pile. The place was stripped bare. It looked like no one had lived there in years. There was no trapdoor, not even a mark on the floor. I walked through the cabin in a daze. It was the same cabin. The porch, the roof, the rocking chair. But inside it was like a shell, empty. One of the rangers looked at me funny when I pointed at the back room and said, "There was a trapdoor here, right here, with a lock." They shook their heads, said they'd been to this cabin before, said there was never a trapdoor. I didn't argue. They gave me a ride back to town. I never went back. I still don't know who was out there. I don't know if someone followed me, or if the owner of that cabin had been watching the whole time. I never heard from him again. His listing disappeared. The number I had for him was dead. What I do know is this: I did not imagine that trapdoor. I did not imagine the footprints. And someone cut the battery cables on my truck. Asterisk, asterisk. It was supposed to be a quiet break. I had been working nonstop for almost a year without any kind of rest. My job wasn't anything extraordinary. I worked at a medium-sized warehouse in the city, helping manage deliveries and storage. Long hours, short weekends, and a lot of back pain. I never really took time off, not because I didn't want to, but because I had grown used to the rhythm. My life had fallen into this cycle of work, sleep, and the occasional beer in front of the TV. But things had started to get to me. I had trouble sleeping, and I'd wake up already tired. I got headaches from small things. So one day, I finally snapped a little and told my boss I was taking a week off, no matter what. I had this idea in my head that I needed to be completely away from everything. No phones, no noise, no people. just me and nature. I started looking online for remote cabins. I didn't want anything fancy, just a place with a roof, some heating, and hopefully running water. I found one listing that stood out. It was a small cabin in the woods, about 3 hours from the city, deep in the northern part of the state. The pictures showed a simple wooden structure with a small porch, surrounded by trees. There was no Wi-Fi, no cell signal, and the closest town was about 25 miles away. It looked perfect. I booked it for 6 nights. The drive there was long but peaceful. The highways slowly turned into empty country roads. After the last gas station, the directions led me down a rough gravel path for almost 40 minutes. It was bumpy, and I started to think maybe I made a mistake bringing my sedan instead of renting a truck or something with higher clearance. But eventually, after what felt like forever, I reached a clearing, and there it was, the cabin. It looked just like in the pictures. A small wooden structure, dark from years of weather, with a narrow porch and 2 rocking chairs. The door creaked a bit when I pushed it open. Inside, it was dusty but livable. There was a small kitchenette with an old gas stove, a little sink that only ran cold water, a tiny bathroom with a composting toilet, and a single bed with a thin mattress. There was also a fireplace and a small stack of dry wood. A small table sat near the only window, and there was a shelf with a few books and board games, clearly left by other renters. There was no electricity. The lights worked off a small generator, which I was instructed to use only for short bursts because the fuel was limited. So I decided to stick to lanterns and daylight. The first day was uneventful. I unpacked my stuff, set up some basic supplies I had brought with me: canned food, bottled water, a first aid kit, a flashlight, and a portable radio. I sat on the porch for a while, just listening to the wind move through the trees. It felt good to not hear cars, sirens, or the buzzing of city life. I made a small fire in the fireplace that night and ate beans straight from the can. It was quiet, peaceful, and exactly what I had wanted. But things started to shift on the second night. I woke up around 2:30 a.m. to a loud thud outside. It wasn't the kind of sound you hear from branches falling or animals moving. It sounded like something heavy had landed hard on the wooden porch. I lay in bed for a while, holding my breath. The wind had picked up a bit, and I tried telling myself it was just something blown over. Maybe a raccoon had knocked something down. I eventually fell back asleep. The next morning, I stepped out onto the porch and noticed one of the rocking chairs was tipped over. That caught my attention. I hadn't touched either chair the day before. They were both neatly side by side when I arrived. Now one was on its side, and the other had moved closer to the door. I bent down to take a closer look. The porch was dusty and hadn't been cleaned in a long time, but in the light, I noticed what looked like a single faint boot print near the door. It was smudged, not clear enough to be sure, but it didn't look like something an animal would leave. I walked around the cabin, checking the windows and walls. Nothing was broken or forced. I looked out into the woods, but the trees were still and quiet. I stood there for a long time just staring. That day, I tried to distract myself. I read one of the books from the shelf and spent the afternoon hiking down a trail that started behind the cabin. It led down to a small stream about half a mile away. I sat there for a while, skipped some stones, and tried to convince myself I was just being paranoid. I came back around sunset and cooked a small meal over the fire. That night, I kept the lantern on a little longer. Around 3:10 a.m., I woke up again. I hadn't heard anything this time, but something felt off. I couldn't explain it. I sat up in bed, listening. The air felt heavier. I got up and slowly walked to the window, pulling the curtain back just enough to peek outside. The rocking chair was moving, just slightly back and forth. I couldn't see the other one. It was too dark beyond the edge of the porch. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, staring at that chair. I felt a chill run up my spine. Couldn't look away. Then it stopped. I stayed at the window for another half hour before forcing myself back to bed. I left my flashlight within arm's reach and didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When daylight came, I walked out again. The second chair was gone. Just gone. I checked the area around the cabin. Nothing. I even walked down the gravel path a little to see if I could spot it anywhere. No sign of it. That's when I started thinking maybe I wasn't alone out there. I didn't want to panic. I told myself maybe an animal dragged it off, maybe even a bear. But the chair was heavy and made of thick wood. It didn't make sense. I decided to cut my stay short. I packed up half my stuff and planned to leave the next morning. The drive back would be long, and I didn't want to take those gravel roads in the dark. That afternoon, I kept hearing small snapping noises in the woods around the cabin. Not loud, but just enough to keep me on edge. I looked out the window over and over again. Once I thought I saw something move between the trees, but it was fast and low, maybe the size of a person crouching. I froze and waited, but nothing came into view again. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the corner with my flashlight, my bag packed and ready by the door. Around 1:45 a.m., I heard soft footsteps on the porch. They weren't heavy, just slow and careful. I turned off the flashlight and sat in the dark, barely breathing. Something touched the door handle. It didn't rattle it or try to force it, just touched it like someone gently testing it. Then I heard it step back. A few minutes later, the remaining rocking chair began to creak again. I didn't move from that corner all night. As soon as it was light enough to see, I opened the door slowly and scanned the porch. The chair was still rocking. No one was there, but lying on the porch step was something that made my heart drop. It was a photograph, old, faded, bent at the corners. It showed the same cabin from decades ago, the same porch, but in the photo there were two men sitting in the rocking chairs, both wearing old hunting gear, looking straight at the camera. They didn't smile. One of them had a large scar running from his ear to his jaw. Behind them, barely noticeable in the tree line, was a third figure, blurry, shadowy. You could barely make it out. I didn't know what to think. I tossed the photo on the ground, grabbed my bag, and got in my car. I didn't bother locking the door behind me. I just left. The car bounced hard over the gravel, and I didn't slow down once. Every few seconds I looked in the rearview mirror, expecting to see someone standing in the road behind me, but no one was there. I didn't stop driving until I reached the gas station near the main highway. I bought coffee and sat in the car for a long time before getting the strength to keep going. Back home, I tried to forget about it, but something kept bothering me. I still had the rest of my stuff at the cabin. My toolbox, my portable stove, some clothes. I thought about calling the rental company and asking them to ship it to me, but I didn't want them thinking I was crazy. Eventually, I convinced myself it was all just my imagination, amplified by being alone and exhausted. 2 weeks later, I got a package in the mail. No return address. Inside was the same photograph, the same two men, but now there was a fourth figure in the background. Closer this time, clearer, wearing the same jacket I had worn at the cabin. I moved apartments a month later, changed my number. I never went back to the woods again. I never took another solo trip. I still have that photo. I don't know why I kept it. Sometimes I wake up thinking I heard footsteps outside, but I never check. I just wait for the sun to come up. And when it does, I feel lucky to still be inside. I was 32 when I decided to take a break from everything. Work was draining me. My life felt like it was being pulled through a funnel, tight and slow. I didn't want to see anyone. I didn't want to talk. I didn't want to go on some guided group trip or stay in a hotel with people I didn't know. I wanted quiet. I wanted space. I wanted to be alone. So, I rented a small wooden cabin deep in the woods in northern Minnesota. It was mid-October, cold enough to need a jacket but not yet snowy. That time of year always felt peaceful to me. The cabin was far from town, maybe 30 minutes from the nearest gas station, surrounded by thick woods and narrow dirt roads that were barely maintained. It had no Wi-Fi, no TV, no cell reception unless I hiked half a mile uphill behind the cabin. That was fine by me. I had brought a stack of books, a couple of sketch pads, and enough groceries to last more than a week. I just wanted silence and to disappear into the trees for a while. The cabin was small. One bedroom, a little kitchen, and a screened-in porch that faced a small clearing in the woods. There was a creek a few hundred feet behind the property. The owner left a hand-drawn map showing trails, and how to find the water line if I needed to reset the filter. He said in the printed instructions that sometimes the well pressure would drop and I might have to reset it by flipping a switch near the pipe by the rocks. I didn't think much of it. The first 3 days were quiet. I made simple meals. I read books in the morning and sat on the porch for hours in the afternoon, listening to the wind and watching the trees shift. I didn't hear a single car. The only sounds were birds, the occasional snap of branches, and one night the far-off howl of what I assumed was a coyote. It was everything I hoped for. But on the 4th day, I saw something that made my stomach tighten a little. It was late afternoon, around 4 p.m. I had just finished eating and was about to step outside with my jacket when I noticed movement in the trees past the clearing. At first, I thought it was a deer or maybe a moose. Then I saw that it was a man. He wasn't close, maybe 60 or 70 yards away, and he was walking along the edge of the trees. He wasn't carrying anything that I could see. He didn't stop or look toward me. He just kept walking slowly, not even sticking to a trail, just weaving around trees like he knew exactly where he was going. I watched him for less than 30 seconds before he moved out of sight behind a patch of birch trees. I waited a few minutes to see if he'd come back into view, but he didn't. Something about the way he walked bothered me. He wasn't hiking. He didn't have a pack or a gun or anything. No dog. He wasn't dressed like someone out for a walk. Just dark jeans and what looked like a green jacket. The kind you wear when you're doing chores. His pace was too steady, too casual. Like he wasn't looking at anything around him. Like he wasn't curious. He was just moving. That night, I barely slept. I kept hearing things. Cracks in the trees, small noises that might have just been animals, but every little sound felt louder. I kept thinking about that man. I told myself maybe he owned land nearby, maybe he was just cutting through. But the nearest house was miles away. I had passed it when I drove in. The next morning, I walked out to where I had seen him. I thought maybe I'd find a trail or boot prints. The ground was soft with fallen leaves, but I couldn't see anything that showed someone had walked there recently. I even walked deeper into the trees, just in case he had taken a more winding path, but nothing looked disturbed. After an hour of walking around, I gave up and went back to the cabin. On the 6th day, I was inside around noon, cutting vegetables for a stew, when I heard a knock on the back wall of the cabin. Not the front door, not the porch, the back wall. It wasn't a hard knock, just 2 slow knocks like someone tapping with their knuckles. I froze, knife in hand, and didn't move for maybe 10 seconds. My brain couldn't understand what had just happened. The back of the cabin didn't have a door. It was just a solid wall, a few feet away from the trees, with one small window up high near the ceiling. I walked quietly over to the window and stood on a chair to look out, but I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear any footsteps. Nothing moved in the trees. I stayed inside the rest of that day. Every few hours, I'd check all the windows. Before it got dark, I went out and walked around the entire cabin, looking for footprints or scuff marks on the wall. The ground was covered in leaves, and I couldn't see anything. I even looked up to make sure it hadn't been something falling from a tree, but there were no low branches near that part of the wall. That night, I locked every window and pushed the couch in front of the door. The next morning, I packed up most of my stuff and loaded it into the car. I wasn't ready to leave yet, but I wanted to be able to go quickly if I had to. I told myself I was being paranoid, that I came here to be alone and was just reacting to that. I didn't want to run away from nothing. I told myself I'd give it one more day. At noon, I walked down to the creek. The trail behind the cabin curved down through a gully and opened near the rocks by the water. I sat for a long time watching the water slide over the stones. The air smelled clean. I stayed until the sun started going down. I hadn't seen anything strange all day, and I started to feel silly. Maybe the knocks were from a woodpecker. Maybe I imagined them. Maybe that man had nothing to do with anything. I almost felt okay again. But when I came back to the cabin, I saw something that ruined all of that. There were boot prints on the porch. My porch. Clear ones, dried into the light layer of mud from the morning dew. The prints went up the steps, paused by the door, and then turned and went back down. I hadn't been on the porch all day. I looked around in every direction, heart pounding, but I didn't see anyone. Still, I grabbed my keys and brought everything else out to the car. I locked the cabin, even though I didn't know what good that would do. I didn't leave right away. I sat in the car for maybe 20 minutes, engine off, listening. Nothing moved. I wanted to calm down. I wanted to drive in daylight, not through pitch-black forest roads. That was a mistake. As it got dark, I noticed something at the tree line. Same spot where I'd seen the man the first time. This time, he was standing still. He wasn't walking. He was just standing there. I couldn't see his face clearly. It was too far and too dim, but I knew it was him. Same green jacket, same build, same way of standing, like he wasn't nervous, like he belonged there and I didn't. He didn't move toward me. He didn't wave. He didn't make a sound. He just stood there for maybe 3 or 4 minutes. Then, as slowly as he appeared, he turned and walked away. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the car with the engine off and a flashlight in my lap. I didn't want to run the battery down, but I kept the keys in the ignition. Every noise made me flinch. I kept checking the mirrors. At some point around 3 a.m., I dozed off for 20 minutes and woke up with a cramp in my neck. The sun came up around 6:30. I waited another hour and then I left. I drove the dirt roads back toward town, faster than I should have, tires kicking up mud and stones. I didn't stop until I hit pavement. When I got back home, I emailed the cabin owner to tell him someone had been near the property and that he should check the place out. He didn't respond, not right away. 2 days later, I got a short reply. He said no one else had keys. He hadn't been up there in months. He said he'd go check it out. That was 3 years ago. I never heard anything else from him. But here's the part that still messes with me. Last summer, I went hiking with a friend in Colorado. We were walking through a forested ridge, maybe 30 miles outside of Boulder, when we passed a man on the trail. He was coming from the other direction. Just one guy walking alone. Jeans, green jacket. He didn't look at me. He didn't nod or smile or step aside. He just kept walking, head down, same steady steps. Same way he walked through those trees in Minnesota. I didn't say anything to my friend. I didn't turn around. But when I got home, I took every photo from that trip and looked at the background of each one. He's not in any of them, but I know what I saw, and I know it was him. I rented a cabin deep in the woods of northern Idaho for one reason: quiet. It was something I hadn't had for a long time. The city had eaten away at me over the years. I didn't notice it until the noise started to stick in my head long after it stopped. The honking, sirens, people yelling, engines, things clattering or slamming. It all blended into a kind of white noise that felt like it was chewing holes in my brain. I needed space and silence. I wasn't there to hike or fish or do any of those typical things people do when they head out into the wild. I just wanted to sit alone for a couple of weeks and let my head cool down. The cabin was small but not tiny. It sat about 3 miles down a gravel road that veered off from the main 2-lane highway. It was tucked into a thick cluster of pine and spruce, with nothing but trees and distant hills in every direction. There were no other cabins nearby. The closest one was over a mile away, and that was exactly what I wanted. It was an older place, built maybe in the 60s or 70s, with a low-pitched roof, faded with siding, and a little porch with 2 steps. The windows were single pane, and the front door looked like someone had kicked it once or twice over the years. It creaked hard when I opened it the first time, and the spring screen door was almost completely detached. I had to prop it open with a rock. Inside, it smelled like old wood, a bit of mold, and maybe rodent droppings. The layout was simple: living room with a couch and a fireplace, small kitchen with barely working appliances, 1 bedroom, and a narrow bathroom with a weak shower and a toilet that looked like it came from a highway rest stop. The place had electricity and running water, but barely. The light in the bathroom flickered for minutes before finally going steady. Still, it was good enough. I didn't come out here for comfort. I came for space. The first couple of days were perfect. I read books, made simple meals on a propane stove, sat on the porch with a blanket around me in the cool mornings, and watched the wind push through the trees. No cars, no voices, no buzzing phones. Just wind, birds, and quiet. I thought I could stay there forever, but that changed on the 3rd night. That night, around 2 in the morning, I woke up to a strange sound. Not loud, not even sharp, just soft scraping. At first, I thought it was coming from outside, like maybe a branch brushing against the siding. But as I lay there in the dark, barely breathing, I realized it wasn't outside. It was under me, under the floor. I lay completely still. The cabin didn't have a full basement, just a crawl space about 2 feet high at most, running underneath. I remembered seeing the access hatch outside behind the porch steps when I first arrived. It was barely more than a wooden panel with rusted hinges, half covered in pine needles and dirt. I hadn't paid it much attention, but now something was under there. Not mice or raccoons. I knew what that sounded like. This was heavier, slow dragging, then stillness, then another small shift. I felt it in the floorboards more than I heard it. It stopped after maybe a minute. I stayed awake another hour before I finally passed out again, convincing myself it had to be a big animal, maybe a porcupine or something like that. The next day, I walked around the outside of the cabin and checked the hatch. It hadn't been moved, still sealed, same layer of pine needles on it. But that sound kept playing back in my head. I didn't want to admit it to myself, but it had felt like something or someone was down there, just lying in the dark beneath me. I went about my day. I chopped some kindling, tried to distract myself with reading, drank hot instant coffee, but I found myself glancing toward the floor every now and then. I tapped my foot just to see if anything responded. Nothing ever did. That night, I pushed a chair up against my bedroom door. I told myself I was just being paranoid, but deep down, I didn't like what I'd felt in that sound. It wasn't natural. It wasn't right. The next few nights passed without anything strange. I let myself relax again, started sleeping better. The days went back to feeling peaceful, but on the 7th night, I woke up again. This time, it was different. I woke not from a sound, but from a feeling, like pressure under the bed, like a soft push upward through the floorboards. When I sat up in bed, everything was still. No noise, just the wind outside and the faint creak of old wood. I waited in the dark for a long time. Then I heard it again, the dragging. Only now it was heavier, slower, more deliberate. It felt like whatever was down there was directly beneath the bedroom. I got out of bed as quietly as I could, grabbed my flashlight, and tiptoed out to the living room. I stood there barefoot, waiting. After a minute, I crouched down near the heater vent and shined the light down through the narrow slits. Dust and darkness. I turned the flashlight off and sat down on the couch, staring at the floor. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I made a decision. I was going to open the hatch and check the crawl space. I didn't want to, but I had to. There was no way I could sleep another night not knowing. I waited until mid-morning when the sun was up and strong through the trees. I put on a jacket, gloves, and a headlamp, grabbed my flashlight, and pried the hatch open with a crowbar I found behind the shed. The panel came up with a groan and a cloud of dust. The air that came out smelled like cold dirt, mildew, and old, wet wood. I shined the flashlight in. Nothing moved, just dirt, cobwebs, and wooden beams. I took a deep breath and crawled in. The space was tight. I had to keep my elbows in and shuffle forward on my stomach. My flashlight beam danced between floor joists and crisscrossing pipes. The air was thick and stale. I moved slowly, checking every inch. Then I saw something that made me freeze. Toward the far corner, under the bedroom, the dirt had been disturbed. Not just randomly, like someone had scooped it out in a rough oval. About the size of a person, maybe 4 feet wide, 6 feet long. The dirt was packed differently than the rest. Darker, like it had been dug up and put back. I crawled closer. I found bones. Not human, at least not at first. Animal bones. Deer maybe, some small ones. A jaw with broken teeth. But they were arranged, not scattered, piled together. And some of them had markings. Not carvings, not words. Just deep scrapes like they'd been filed down or cleaned. I looked around and saw something else. Fabric. A torn shirt. A boot heel. A rusty zipper. And then, next to the dirt pile, a small metal box. I reached for it and pulled it toward me. It was an old lunchbox. Yellow paint mostly scratched off. The clasp was rusted but still worked. Inside were photos, old black and white Polaroids, dozens of them, all of the same cabin, different angles, different times of year. Some from the porch, some from the woods looking in. Some showed a truck in the driveway, a man standing near the fire pit, always from a distance, like someone had been watching. One photo showed the hatch, open. I backed out of the crawl space as fast as I could. My back scraped against the beams. Dirt got in my mouth. I didn't care. I needed to get out. When I stood back up in the daylight, I felt sick. I dumped the box on the porch and stared at it. The idea that someone had been living under that cabin, maybe recently, made my skin feel like it was crawling. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the living room with the hatchet next to me and the fireplace cold. I kept all the lights on. Every creak in the wood felt like footsteps. Every gust of wind sounded like someone brushing against the wall outside. The next morning, I packed everything. I didn't care how much time I had left in the rental. I needed to leave. As I threw things into my duffel, I walked back outside to close the crawlspace hatch. That's when I saw it. A second hatch, about 20 feet behind the cabin, covered in pine needles partially sunken into the earth. I hadn't noticed it before. It looked like a storm cellar door, low and wide. I stared at it for a long time. My heart pounded. I wanted to pretend I didn't see it, but I walked toward it anyway. It wasn't locked, just a chain with a rusted hook. I unlatched it, pulled it open, and shined my flashlight down. A narrow set of stairs led into total darkness. Wooden, old. The air that came out was thick and sour. I couldn't see the bottom, just darkness. I didn't go down. I backed away slowly, heart thudding in my chest, and closed the door. I dragged a heavy log across it and walked back to the car. I drove the full 3 miles out without stopping. The tires kicked up gravel as I sped down the road. My eyes locked on the rearview mirror. I expected to see someone, anything, standing in the trees, but I didn't. I made it to town and booked a motel. That night, I showered for 20 minutes and sat fully dressed in bed with the TV on and all the lights blazing. The next morning, I went to the sheriff's office. I gave them the keys to the cabin, told them about the crawl space, the bones, and the hatch out back. I didn't mention the photos. I kept those. They asked if I wanted to file a... It had been 12 years since I last saw the place. The cabin, I wasn't planning to go back, ever. But some things come full circle, whether we want them to or not. Life gets strange sometimes. I didn't have a reason strong enough to say no when my uncle left it to me after he passed. I think part of me still hated the place, but another part, I don't know, maybe I just wanted to face something from my past. I didn't have a wife or kids, not even a steady job by then, so I figured I'd go check on it. Maybe clean it up, sell it off, or just see what was left of it. The drive out there was long. The cabin was up north in a dense wooded area, almost 3 hours past the last real town. The road was winding, with trees pressing in on both sides and barely any cars. The last stretch of road turned into gravel, then dirt. By the time I reached the cabin, my car was caked in dust, and the air felt different, heavier. Still, the cabin looked just like I remembered, only older and more beat up. Weather had worn down the wood. The steps creaked when I got out and walked up. One of the windows was cracked, and some moss had started climbing up the back wall. I stood there a long time, staring at it. There was a strange silence around the place. Not peaceful, just silent. Even the birds didn't make much noise. I unlocked the door with the old key, which still worked, and stepped inside. Dust floated in the light coming through the windows. The smell hit me first. Old wood, mold, maybe something rotten underneath it all. I kept the door open for some fresh air while I walked through slowly. The living room was still set up the way I remembered. 2 couches facing each other, a stone fireplace, a wooden table, a broken lamp in the corner. Everything was covered in a fine layer of grime. I found an old broom and started sweeping. Every movement kicked up dust, making me cough. I opened more windows. The back door was stuck shut, swollen from years of moisture. After a few minutes of pushing, I forced it open and let more light in. I spent the rest of the day airing the place out, sweeping, and stacking up trash in black bags I'd brought. I even found a mouse nest in one of the kitchen cabinets. By nightfall, the place looked better. Not clean exactly, but less like a forgotten tomb. I didn't have cell service, of course, so I just sat outside for a while and listened to the woods. I remembered how loud the crickets could be, how far away the stars looked out here. I was tired. It had been a long drive and a rough day. I unrolled a sleeping bag on the old couch and lay down. I had a hunting knife next to me, just in case. I was too used to the city. Out there, every creak and crack outside the cabin made me tense up. I heard something walking through the leaves once or twice. Could have been a deer or a raccoon. I don't know. Eventually, I drifted off. The next morning, I woke up early. My back hurt from the couch. I made some instant coffee with water I'd brought and sat outside. The cold air helped clear my head. I noticed something strange in the dirt near the side of the cabin. Prints. Not clear ones, but definitely not animal. Someone had walked around here, maybe recently. I tried to tell myself they were old. Maybe from the last time someone had checked the place years ago. I kept working that day. Cleaned out the bedroom, which had a broken bed frame and some boxes filled with junk. My uncle had kept old clothes, yellowed newspapers, and jars of nails for no reason I could figure. There was a shed out back that I hadn't gone near yet. I figured I'd do that later. I was trying to work slowly and not burn myself out. I was planning to stay 3 days. That night, I made a fire in the old fireplace. The warmth helped. I ate some canned soup and sat on the couch, staring at the flames. I started thinking about when I was a kid, when I came out here with my dad and uncle during summers. There were good memories buried under all the bad ones. I remember fishing in the creek a few miles away, falling in once and thinking it was the coldest water on earth. I remember my uncle showing me how to whittle wood, but I also remembered what happened the last summer we came. I was 16. That was the year my cousin disappeared. No one found her. No signs. Just vanished from the woods one morning. I hadn't been back since. That was the real reason I didn't want the cabin. It was tied to something I never wanted to think about again. But there I was. That second night was worse. Around 2 a.m., I heard something outside again. Heavier this time. Like footsteps. Not fast, slow, and spaced out. I sat up, holding the knife. The fire had burned out, and the cabin was cold. I listened. The sound stopped. I got up and went to the window. I couldn't see anything in the dark. No moon. I waited, heart pounding, until the sounds didn't come back. I barely slept after that. In the morning, I found more prints in the dirt near the back of the cabin. Not just one set this time. They looked fresh, and they were boot prints. Definitely not animal. Not old either. I checked around but didn't see anyone. I yelled, just in case someone was out there. No answer. I walked around with my knife for a while, then came back inside. That day, I finally went to the shed. The lock was rusted off. Inside was a mess: tools, old gasoline cans, a chainsaw with a broken blade. And behind all that, a rolled-up tarp with something heavy inside. I dragged it out and opened it slowly. It was an old metal lockbox. Inside were my uncle's old journals. I read them for hours. Some were from long before I was born. He wrote a lot: daily notes, thoughts, lists of repairs. But the ones from the summer my cousin disappeared were strange. He wrote about how something wasn't right, that he'd seen people walking through the woods at night, that they weren't locals, that they didn't talk or carry lights, that he'd tried following them once and got lost for hours. He wrote about noises around the cabin, how tools would go missing, how he found animals gutted in the woods. One entry said, "I think they're watching again." Another one said, "Don't go out after dark. Don't ever go alone." I didn't know what to make of it. It sounded like paranoia, but it shook me. That night, I locked every window and door. I kept a small hatchet next to the couch. I didn't light a fire. I wanted it to stay dark. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling. Around midnight, I heard movement again. Slow crunching outside, like someone walking across the leaves. Then a sound against the wall, 3 knocks. Not hard, just slow. I didn't move. I just held my breath. Then nothing. I don't know when I fell asleep, but I woke up just before sunrise. I stepped outside with my knife. More prints in the dirt. This time, I saw something else. A small piece of blue cloth stuck in the branch of a bush, like someone had brushed against it. I didn't recognize it. I checked my gear, nothing missing, but I felt like I was being watched. That was the last day I planned to stay, but I couldn't take it anymore. I packed everything, cleaned up the trash bags, and loaded the car. I was ready to leave by noon. Then I saw the car tracks. Tire tracks, fresh, only a few feet from where I had parked. But I hadn't seen or heard a vehicle. Someone had driven up and turned around without making a sound. No one should have been out here. The road was narrow, and there were no other cabins nearby. I got in the car and started driving. Fast, but maybe too fast. About 15 minutes down the dirt road, I hit something. I didn't see it, just a loud crack and the car jolted. I stopped and got out. Front tire was blown. A sharp piece of metal had punctured it clean through. I looked around. The metal looked like part of a tire spike or strip. I thought about the shed, about the journals. I realized someone had set that up. Someone wanted me to stay. There was no signal. I had no choice. I walked back to the cabin, which took over an hour. My legs were sore and I was sweating. I kept looking over my shoulder. The woods felt like they were closing in. I reached the cabin and locked myself inside. I boarded the windows with old planks. I waited. That night, I didn't sleep. At some point, maybe around 3 a.m., I heard something again. Not walking, talking, but I couldn't make out the words. Not clearly. It was like whispers or chanting. I pressed my ear to the wall. Then came the sound of footsteps. Multiple sets, circling the cabin. Slow, steady, then silence. The next morning, everything was quiet. Too quiet. I forced myself to go outside. Nothing was missing, but on the front door, there was a symbol scratched into the wood. I didn't know what it meant. It was a circle with 2 vertical lines through it. I didn't wait. I grabbed what I could carry and started walking. I followed the road until I got a signal. I called for a tow and got a ride back to town. I didn't tell them everything, just that I'd had car trouble. I sold the cabin 3 weeks later. Cheap. I didn't care. I didn't want to think about it again. But sometimes I still see that symbol. Once I saw it scratched into the side of a park bench near my apartment. I rented the cabin because I needed a break. Not the kind of break people talk about when they want to escape work or family or city noise. I needed a different kind of break. One that involved stillness, silence, isolation, and most importantly, distance from people. I had no big trauma. Nothing had happened. I just got tired of the repetition of everything around me. Wake up, same faces, same traffic, same clicks and taps on the keyboard. I wasn't even sure if I was sad. I just felt hollow, and I figured I needed to unplug from everything that made me feel that way. I found the place online. The listing said, fully off-grid, and miles from the nearest town. It was located in the northern part of the state, tucked into a valley surrounded by woods. No cell phone reception, no internet, no neighbors. Just a 2-bedroom wooden cabin with a tin roof, a fire stove, a small generator, and a creek nearby. The pictures showed nothing modern. No TV, no Wi-Fi router. Just a table, chairs, a worn couch, an old fridge, and a single bed with heavy wool blankets. The kind of place where your mind either goes quiet or goes crazy. I booked it for 2 weeks. Drove up with all the essentials: canned food, water jugs, a first aid kit, a knife, a portable radio, a notebook, and a flashlight. I brought batteries and a solar charger for emergencies. I also brought a hunting rifle, more out of paranoia than necessity. I had no plans to hunt. I just thought, being out here, it was better to have it than not. The drive up was long. The paved roads gave way to dirt, and then those gave way to something more like trails. My tires kicked up rocks and dust, and my truck rattled like it was coming apart. There were no signs, no phone signal, just tall trees lining both sides of the narrow path. branches overhead thick enough to blot out the sun. By the time I reached the clearing and saw the dark cabin sitting in the middle like a waiting animal, the light was fading. I remember the sound of gravel crunching under my tires as I pulled in and shut the engine off. After that, just wind and trees. The place smelled old but dry. It wasn't moldy or damp, which was the only thing I had been worried about. Just dusty, like it hadn't been used in a while. There were mouse droppings in the corners and cobwebs in the ceiling beams. I spent that first night cleaning a bit, warming up a can of stew on a small propane stove, and sitting in a silence I hadn't felt in years. No car horns, no notifications, no voices from other rooms. Just wind against the windows and the creaking of wood adjusting to the night air. I slept well that first night, better than I had in a long time. The days settled into a rhythm quickly. Wake up around sunrise, brew some instant coffee, walk around outside, check the trees, the creek, sometimes sit on a rock and just watch the water run. I'd bring my rifle with me, not for any particular reason, just because it felt like I should. I didn't hunt. I just liked the weight of it in my hands. Then I'd go back, maybe write a few pages in the notebook, maybe just stare out the window. Sometimes I didn't think at all. By the third day, I felt like I was adjusting to something better. I started forgetting about time. I stopped checking the watch. I stopped thinking about emails or deadlines. The world felt quieter in a way I hadn't realized I needed. It was on the fourth morning that I noticed something strange. I walked outside like usual, coffee mug in hand, and I saw the footprints. They weren't mine. That was the first thing I thought. I hadn't walked around that side of the cabin since I arrived. These prints led from the treeline near the creek up toward the cabin, then looped around the back. They were boots, not heavy work boots like mine. Smaller, lighter, like hiking boots. The spacing between steps looked different too. I walked the path slowly, following them around the cabin. They stopped at the back window, then turned and went back toward the woods. I checked the lock on the back door. Still secure. Nothing was broken. No windows cracked. Nothing stolen. I stood still for a long time, just staring at those prints. The dirt was soft from rain the day before. The prints weren't old. They were clean, crisp edges, probably made sometime late last night or early in the morning. My first thought was that maybe someone got lost. Maybe a hiker saw the cabin and walked closer. But why not knock? Why sneak around at night? That evening, I kept the rifle closer. I sat at the table with it leaned beside me, loaded, safety on. I didn't have any lights on, just a candle. I kept listening for leaves crunching or branches snapping. But there was nothing. The silence felt heavier now, like it was trying to hide something. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up. Every time the wind picked up, I thought it was someone outside. I sit up, hold my breath, listen. But I never heard footsteps. No knocks. Nothing. I tried to tell myself it was a fluke. Maybe the prints were older than I thought. Maybe it was just a lost hiker who saw the cabin, peeked, and left. The next morning, I went straight outside. The prints from the day before were still there, faded now. But new ones had joined them. These were clearer. They came from the same direction, from the woods near the creek. This time, they didn't loop around. They went straight to the front porch, and they stopped there. Just stopped, right at the door. I checked the handle, still locked. I hadn't heard anything the night before, but I didn't trust myself anymore. I was too on edge. I started thinking maybe I had heard something and brushed it off. Maybe I was too tired to notice. I didn't know anymore. I checked the woods, walked to the creek, stood still for a long time just scanning between trees. No movement, nothing but wind and birds. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there. Someone had stood at my door, watching, waiting. I didn't leave that day. I stayed near the cabin, rifle always within arm's reach. I barely ate. Every time I sat, I felt like I had to stand again. Every time I looked out the window, I felt like something was about to move. The day stretched out long and slow. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I turned off all the lights, sat in the chair by the front window, the rifle across my lap. I watched, listened. Nothing moved, not for hours. Then, sometime just after midnight, I heard it. Faint crunch. Just one. Then another. I sat perfectly still. My eyes stared into the dark. I couldn't see anything beyond the faint shape of trees in the moonlight. But I knew what I heard. Someone was walking. Slowly. Carefully. Then I heard the porch. 3 distinct wooden creaks. Then silence. I sat there, holding my breath so hard my chest hurt. The doorknob didn't move. No knock came. Just silence. I don't know how long I sat there. Probably 2 hours. Maybe more. Eventually, I heard footsteps again. Faint. Retreating. Back toward the woods. I didn't move until the sky started to turn gray. When daylight finally filled the windows, I opened the door slowly, rifle raised. There were prints again. Fresh ones. Same boots. Same direction. They had walked to my door, then stood there, then left. I followed them to the tree-line, then into the woods. But the ground was dry again. I lost them quickly. I didn't go far. The rest of the day I stayed inside. I kept thinking about calling for help, but my phone was useless out here. The radio barely picked up static. I should have packed up and left right then. But I didn't. Something in me needed to know who it was. Or why. Maybe I didn't want to run. Maybe I wanted to prove to myself I wasn't scared. But I was. That night I set a trap. I took a pile of dry twigs and leaves and laid them thick across the porch. I tied an empty tin can to the door handle with string and wedged it so that even a slight movement would knock it free. Then I sat again. Same chair. Same darkness. Rifle on my lap. I waited. Nothing for hours. Then the sound. Leaves crunching under boots. Very slowly. Closer. Then the steps stopped. The can didn't rattle. The door didn't move. Whoever it was just stood there. This time I stood up. I didn't switch the light on. I just aimed my rifle straight at the door and stepped forward slowly, heart pounding. Then I heard the steps retreating, back into the woods. I yanked open the door and raised the rifle, but there was nothing in sight, just footprints again. At that point, I stopped sleeping altogether. The next day, I started packing. I loaded up the food, my gear, the rifle, and everything I brought. I locked the door behind me. I didn't even look back at the porch. But when I got to my truck, I stopped. The back door was open, not wide, but cracked. I always locked it. I knew I had. Inside, everything was untouched. Nothing stolen, nothing out of place, except one thing, my notebook. It was open, pages flipped. A pen rested on top. But the part that made my skin crawl, the last line written. It was late October when I decided to take a break from everything. My job had been eating away at me for months. The constant noise of city life, the emails, the meetings that never ended, the stress of being stuck in a place I didn't really like. All of it was starting to feel like it was closing in around me. I wasn't sleeping much, and when I did, I always woke up feeling worse than I had before going to bed. I needed to get away, not just for a day or two. I wanted to go somewhere quiet, completely alone, and stay there until I felt like myself again. A friend had told me about a small old cabin he used years ago while doing some solo wildlife photography. It was out in the woods somewhere near a small, barely marked gravel road off the highway, about 2 hours away from the city. He didn't own it, and he wasn't sure if anyone did anymore. It had no electricity, no plumbing, and no cell signal. He said it was small and rough but still standing. That was good enough for me. I needed quiet, not comfort. I packed the basics. A sleeping bag, some canned food, a camping stove, a water purifier, a flashlight, extra batteries, a knife, a fire starter kit, and a heavy-duty backpack. I left early in the morning and took the highway north. I found the gravel road he told me about. There was no sign and I nearly missed it. I followed it for 15 minutes through thick woods until it ended at a rotting wooden post with a faded orange ribbon tied around it. From there, I hiked about half an hour, cutting through trees, stepping over roots and fallen branches, until I finally saw it. An old wooden cabin tucked into a small clearing beside a narrow creek. The cabin looked like it hadn't been used in years. The door hung a little crooked, and some of the wood around the windows had gone soft. But it was solid enough. It had one small room with a dusty cot in the corner, a rusted stove, and a wooden table with a single chair. There were no locks, no lights, just four walls, a roof, and silence. I dropped my bag and felt relief spread through me. For the first time in months, I could breathe. I spent that first day cleaning up the place a little. I swept the floor with an old broom that was leaning in the corner. I unpacked, gathered some kindling, and set up my stove near the window. The creek water looked clean, and I used my purifier to fill my bottles. I made a small fire in the stove, cooked a basic meal, and sat out on the porch, watching the trees sway in the wind. Felt good, quiet, simple. I went to sleep early that night, and even though the cot was stiff and creaked every time I moved, I slept better than I had in a long time. The second day was peaceful too. I went for a short hike upstream, found a flat rock to sit on, and just listened to the sounds of the forest. Birds, insects, the rustle of small animals in the brush. I was starting to feel like I was finally settling into a different rhythm, one without noise or screens or stress. That evening, I sat by the fire again and watched the sun disappear behind the trees. I heard owls later, and the occasional snap of branches in the distance, probably deer or raccoons. Nothing unusual, but that night something changed. I woke up just before dawn, and everything was completely silent. Not just quiet, the kind of silence that makes you feel like your ears are broken. No birds, no wind, no rustling leaves. Nothing. I sat up slowly. It was still dark inside the cabin, and the air felt colder than the night before. I got up and stepped outside. The sky was still a deep blue, with a pale sliver of moonlight filtering through the trees. I stood there for a minute trying to figure out what was wrong. Then I noticed something by the creek. A shape, tall and dark, standing completely still just across the water. At first, I thought it was a tree, but something about it looked off. Too thin, too symmetrical. I blinked hard and tried to make out what it was. I took a few slow steps toward it, but the shape didn't move. I stood there staring at it for what felt like a full minute before I finally looked away to grab my flashlight from the porch. When I turned back with the beam on, the shape was gone. I swept the light back and forth along the far bank of the creek, but there was nothing there now, just trees and shadows. My heart was beating faster than it should have been. I told myself it was just a tree, or maybe a deer standing still, and my eyes were playing tricks on me in the low light. But I didn't go back to sleep after that. Later that day, I tried to shake off the unease. I hiked farther downstream this time, collected more firewood, and kept my mind focused on normal tasks. But every now and then, I caught myself glancing toward the creek, scanning the trees for any movement. That night, I made sure the fire was strong and steady before I got in my sleeping bag. I left the flashlight by my side. I stayed awake for a long time, listening. The silence wasn't as complete as the night before, but it still felt wrong, like something was missing. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, I heard it, a splash. Not a big one, just a single step into shallow water. I sat up, heart pounding. The fire had died down, and the room was filled with faint orange light. I grabbed the flashlight again and moved to the door. I didn't open it. I just listened. Another splash, then another, like someone slowly walking through the creek. I stepped outside as quietly as I could and shined the light toward the water. I saw nothing, but the splashes had stopped. I waited, holding the beam steady, and then swept it side to side. There was no one, no animal, nothing I could see. I stayed out there for nearly 10 minutes before going back in and locking the door with a piece of wood I jammed across the frame. The next morning, I went to the edge of the creek and looked for tracks. The mud was soft in places. I saw a few deer prints and raccoon tracks near the bank, but nothing human. No boot marks, no bare feet. I kept checking along the edge for over an hour. I even crossed the creek and walked along the opposite side. Still nothing. I tried to convince myself I was being paranoid, but something deep down told me I wasn't imagining it. That afternoon, I kept my knife on me. It was just a small fixed blade, but it made me feel a little better. I tried to stay close to the cabin and kept an eye on the woods. I didn't see anything, No movement, no sounds that didn't belong. But the feeling, that constant low hum of tension in my chest, never left. That night, I barely slept. Every noise made me sit up and grip the flashlight. I thought I heard something walking through the woods behind the cabin, but it always stopped before I could see anything. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow pass in front of the window, but I was too afraid to get up and check. By the fifth morning, I had decided I was done. I had come out here to rest, to reset, but now I was more anxious than ever. I packed my things quickly and double-checked that I had everything. I didn't want to come back. I took one last look around the cabin, and then I left. The hike back to the gravel road felt longer than before. The woods felt darker, even though it was mid-morning. I kept turning around, checking the trail behind me. I didn't see anyone, didn't hear anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. When I finally got to my car, I tossed my gear in the back, slammed the door, and sat there with my hands on the wheel for almost 10 minutes before I started the engine. Back home, things went back to normal, mostly, but the cabin stayed with me. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, certain I'd heard footsteps in my hallway. I'd sit in my apartment and feel like someone was watching me from the window. I told myself it was just leftover anxiety, just nerves. But sometimes, when I think back to those nights by the creek, I remember that shape, that still, tall shape that stood across the water and watched without moving. It wasn't a tree. I know that now. It wasn't an animal. It was someone, and they never made a sound. Ending asterisk. It's been 8 months since I stayed in that cabin. I haven't told many people about what happened. Most would probably say I imagined it. Maybe I did. Maybe stress and isolation messed with my head. But there's one thing I can't explain. A few weeks ago, I got a package. No return address. Inside was a single object. A long, thin piece of weathered wood. It looked like it had been broken off a window frame. On it, someone had scratched for words into the surface. I watched you leave. Now I keep my blinds shut. I sleep with lights on. I haven't gone camping since. And I never will again. Because the scariest part wasn't what I saw, it was what I didn't.